Banyak sudah nama antar tapi salam berlembar kada bakai. Banyak sudah orang nang memilih judulnya kada kalai. Banyak sudah nama antar tapi salam berlembar kada bakai. Banyak sudah orang nang memilih judulnya kada kalai. Empat si empat lima kakak ai muriding patah sabila dihiga tajam. Empat si empat lima kakak ai tanding sudah kada menyama nang baju hijau. Banyak sudah nama antar tapi salam berlembar kada bakai. Banyak sudah orang nang memilih judulnya kada kalai. Banyak sudah nama antar tapi salam berlembar kada bakai. Banyak sudah orang nang memilih judulnya kada kalai. Ayu Matamu sudah batali, tinggal basara lawanan kuasa ilahi. Rabbi, daun mengkudu silih bunga sangkar, daun mengkudu kembang harapan. raja duduk bersanding, kambang goyang di ujung galung, emas murni pakaian putri, adat kawin dalam istana. Urayakan mayang nan sakti, umpatakan balarut banyu, adat raja bamandi-mandi. Urayakan mayang nan sakti, umpatakan balarut banyu, adat raja bamandi-mandi. Kambang-kambang melati, pakaiakan di malam arba, kambang goyang di ujung galung, pengantinnya sudah batimu. Waktu raja duduk bersanding, kambang goyang di ujung galung, emas murni pakaian putri, adat kawin dalam istana. Urayakan mayang nan sakti, umpatakan balarut banyu, adat raja bamandi-mandi. Urayakan mayang nan sakti, umpatakan balarut banyu, adat raja bamandi-mandi. Insya Allah ada harapan, insya Allah ada harapan. banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salam berlambar kada bakai, banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai, banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salam berlambar kada bakai, banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya Urang-urang juanang menangis akang kada tapu sakit menggari Gilang dua pakaian putri Ada sunting dalam istana Urang juanang disakiti Kada tahapus sakit manggari Kada tahapus sakit manggari Dirantau Giwang dua giwang berlian Giwang dua amas panggiring Urang juanang menangis akang Kada tapu sakit manggari Giwang dua pakaian putri Ada sunting dalam istana Urang juanang disakiti Kada tahapus sakit manggari Kada tahapus sakit manggari Dirantau urang Dirantau urang Dirantau urang
Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah. Selamat pagi.
Good morning.
Biodiversity. Lambung Mangkurat Banjarbaru, Kalimantan Selatan. Ini
From the biology program of mathematics and natural science.
dan terima kasih pada semua pihak nasional konservasi dan keragaman hayat lahan basah tropis.
And this is great. All those who have even
Selamat dan serta dan
all conference part in this conference.
ini dan
Saya
sarjana studi biologi Basmi Banjarbaru
of ceremonies.
tadi
I'm Iqbal Amanullah Putra. ICWEB ceremony will from which is performed study program students of mathematics and natural science Universitas Banjar South Indonesia.
oleh Pada Prahayu adalah sebuah tarian yang ditampilkan dalam upacara penyambutan sebagai
Therefore, ceremony
Terima kasih kepada tim Sarina dan Rahayu, mahasiswi sarjana program studi Biologi Fakultas MIPA Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Banjarbaru atas penampilannya yang luar biasa.
Thank you very much to the Radha Prahayu and team from undergraduate students of Biology Study Program, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Banjarbaru, South Kalimantan, Indonesia, for their extraordinary performance.
Selanjutnya, secara bersamaan, mari kita mendengarkan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Next, let's simultaneously listen to the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Hadirin Bapak dan Ibu peserta The Second ICWEB, mari kita mendengarkan sambutan selamat datang sekaligus membuka secara resmi The Second ICWEB dari Bapak Dekan Fakultas MIPA Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Banjarbaru, Kalimantan Selatan. Kepada Bapak Dr. Andes Abdul Gafur, MSc, MSc, PhD, kepada Bapak, waktu disilahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the welcome speech and we'll continue to officially open the second ICWEB by the Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Banjarbaru, South Kalimantan, Dr. Andes Abdul Gafur, MSc, MSc, PhD. The speech is yours.
Mari kita mendengarkan sambutan selamat datang sekaligus membuka secara resmi the second ICWEB dari Bapak Dekan Fakultas MIPA Universitas Lampung Konsulat Banjarbaru, Kalimantan Selatan. Bapak Dr. Andes Abdul Ghafur, MSI, MSc, PhD. Kepada Bapak, waktu disilahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the welcoming speech and we'll continue to officially open the second ICWEB by the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Banjarbaru, South Kalimantan, Dr. Andes Abdul Ghafur, MSc, MSc, PhD. The speech is yours.
Halo, halo, halo. Nggak masuk suara saya ya? Udah. Kayaknya udah. Ya, udah.
Hadirin Bapak dan Ibu peserta the second ICWEB, mari kita mendengarkan sambutan selamat datang sekaligus membuka secara resmi the second ICWEB dari Bapak Dekan Fakultas MIPA Universitas Lampung Mangkurat Banjarbaru, Kalimantan Selatan. Bapak Dr. Andes Abdul Ghafur, MSI, MSc, PhD. Kepada Bapak, waktu disilahkan.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the welcoming speech and we'll continue to officially open the second ICWEB by the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Banjarbaru, South Kalimantan, Dr. Andes Abdul Ghafur, MSc, MSc, PhD. The speech is yours.
Halo.
Silakan Pak, sudah terdengar.
Halo, suara saya bisa kedengaran?
Yes, we are ready to hear your speech.
Halo.
Yeah. We are here your voice.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gajah Mada, or his representative, the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Palangkaraya, or her representative, the head of Balai Penelitian Tanaman Rawa, or Slum Plants Research Institute, or his representative, the head of Balai Konservasi Sumber Daya Alam, Center for Conservation of Natural Resources, South Kalimantan, or his representative, the director of Sahabat Bekantan Indonesia Foundation, the keynote speakers, Professor Budi Setiadi Daryono, who is currently the head of the Indonesian Biology Consortium, and also my colleague, Dean of Faculty of Biology, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Dr. Atit Kanti from National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. We invited speakers, Professor Toshio Subota, Professor Matthew Hayward, Dr. Ramesh Bunratana, Dr. Rusmiati, Dr. Daniel Sikusa, Dr. Dwi Lilik Kusindarta, and Professor Liswara Neneng, and also myself, all parallel session presenter participants of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, please allow me to invite you all to praise Allah, God the Almighty, the most merciful, for His blessing that allow us to organize and hold this meeting today. We hope that this two-day conference will run as smoothly as we all expected. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago, in the opening speech of the first International Conference on Tropical Wetland, Biodiversity and Conservation, I declared that the conference will be the brand event of the study program of biology, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, to be held regularly every 2 or 3 years. And because this conference is very much in line with Universitas Lambung Mangkurat vision and mission to be the center of excellence in wetland studies and management. Also with the study program of biology, vision, mission, and goal to focus on biodiversity and conservation, especially in the field of wetland studies. Today, we all witness the realization of the commitment. And as with the first ICWEB, we organized this second conference in collaboration with the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, BKSDA, and also with SBI Foundation, plus 2 more parties, 2 more partners, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, and Balitra. On behalf of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, I express our sincere gratitude to those parties, to those partners, hoping that this collaboration will be followed by other fruitful programs and activities. And ladies and gentlemen, we have already reached a consensus on defining wetlands, that wetlands occur where water meets land. Even without that formal definition of wetlands, it has been a common knowledge that Indonesia in general and Kalimantan in particular holds a significant percentage of wetlands in the world. We have also appreciated that although wetland only covers a small percentage of the Earth's surface, they are vital to life, including to human life, not only as sources of water and food, but also for protection against disasters. As unique ecosystems, wetlands also support abundant and unique biodiversity. Shortly speaking, wetlands has all the potential to support local economies and prosperity. But regretfully, a significant percentage of our wetlands, especially in the tropics, has been drained and converted also for the sake of economy. We scientists are the first party to appreciate the importance of wetlands, and consequently, we are also the first to oblige to build awareness among people and policymakers about the importance and the potential disasters we are facing when the decline of wetlands continues. We are also the one to strive to collect information on the wetlands, nature and biodiversity, the values, the services of wetlands. And today's conference provides opportunity for us to share what we have done so far, to get inspiration on what to do next, to evaluate what we have done so far. We are delighted that experts from 5 countries, Indonesia, Japan, Thailand, Brunei, and Australia, have committed to be the keynote and invited speakers in this conference. I'm very sure that with their expertise and experience, we will be enlightened about the biodiversity and conservation of wetlands in its broadest sense. So on behalf of the rector of Lambung Mangkurat University, because it is scheduled actually that the rector will open this conference, but regretfully he has another commitment this very moment. So he asked me to represent him to officially open this conference. So please allow me to invite you all to recite basmalah for the official opening of this conference. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for the organizing committee for organizing this conference very well, and we hope that you all get a fruitful and productive conference during these 2 days. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak atas sambutannya.
Thank you very much for your welcoming speech.
Sekarang waktunya agenda plenary session pertama. Oleh karenanya, kami mengundang dengan hormat Bapak Dr. Andes Krisdianto MSc sebagai moderator. Waktu disilahkan.
Now is the time for the first plenary session agenda. Therefore, we invite the rector of Dr. Andes Krisdianto MSc as the moderator. The time is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Is it okay with my voice there?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first session in our meeting. So I'm gratefully introduced that our honorable guest this morning is, there are two anyway. The first one is Professor Daryono, Setiabudi Daryono, and
Kristianto. Sama San, aku juga.
All right, please apologize us about the technical problem. And the second one is because Professor Daryono still doing preparation. So the first speakers will be Dr. Kanti for this season. Could you please, Dr. Kanti, kick off this meeting in the morning?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kristianto, as a moderator. Thank you very much, the organizers, for giving me the opportunity to share the information regarding our activities in LIPI. Right now, we changed the name to BRIN. Could you allow me to share the screen? Okay, Pak Kristianto, you say show my screens?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Could you allow me to turn off the video? I think I'm just worried about the connection if I use the video mode. Good morning to all of you. It is my great honors to share with you on biodiversity research in our research centers. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University Lambung Mangkurat, and 9 collaborators for making this seminar happens. And then I would also like to thank the organizer to invite me to give a talk. Our research centers have been working on biodiversity explorations and its sustainable utilizations from 1967, actually, when organization is created. I would like to share our experience in biodiversity research into 4 parts. Just want to give okay, and into 4 parts. First, the importance of biodiversity research for sustainable developments, and the distributions of biodiversity research area and our research activities in that regions. And finally, I would like to close this bioprospective activities, biodiversity conservations, and its economic value and its social aspect. As you may already aware, Indonesia contributes strongly on global biodiversity richness. This is due to Indonesia in archipelago countries consists more than 17,000 islands with distinct ecosystem uniqueness, and also with diverse linguistics and ethnic groups. So we can see here our country is very big, from Sumatra until Papua, and not many research in biodiversity is conducted in Indonesia. So we have to do more in biodiversity research, and I hope that as a second country in the world that consists of the big biodiversity, we also can explore by our researchers. And then I would like to start with biodiversity for marine ecosystems. Maybe not many researchers aware that besides terrestrial, we also have the very big contribution for marine biota for biodiversity, in which we documented enormous number of flora, including coral reef, and then echinodermata, and then crustaceae, species, and mammals. And then we also can explore more detail in the deep sea, for example, for microbes. Not many people do working in microbes actually. So I'm a microbiologist, so I really interested to do more research in marine biota or marine ecosystem in Indonesia. And since we are archipelago countries and we have the very long line for oceans and marines, and I think so we have to do more to do some work in this area. And then if we can go to terrestrial ecosystem, we also have a lot of various kind of ecosystem. As the Ministry of Environment consists more than maybe 25 ecosystem type and unique in Indonesia. And then we can go to terrestrial ecosystem, we can find the coral reef and then also seagrass and then mangroves. So recently in our research centers, we have the research on conservation and mangrove rehabilitation, one of our top priorities research in accordance to the National Research Program and Economic Development Agenda. So I will come to this issue shortly at the end of these presentations. And then we also quite concerned on the conservation and sustainable utilization of wetland ecosystem. So since that these mornings, we joined together in the International Wetland Conservation Ecosystem. And as I know that not many research related with biodiversity conducted in mangrove or wetland actually. So it strongly affected our live earth system, and then peatland research is the other research priorities that we concerns about. So we know that Indonesian wetland cover more than over 25% of Indonesian lands, including maybe the biggest in Sumatra Islands. You can see here in Sumatra Islands about 25.52%. And then we can move to Kalimantan. I think we have around 22.9% of wetlands. And also in Papua. Papua, we also have around 30 maybe percent of wetlands. And therefore, we strongly agree that we have to dedicate our effort on protecting these wetland ecosystems and search for the most reliable and optimal utilization of this ecosystem. So I'm really happy today, this morning, I can join very important seminars, and I have to learn more about the wetland ecosystem for further research in biodiversity. And we talk about biodiversity, we should deeply interconnected between ecosystem biodiversity, species diversity, and then genetic diversity. So understanding this connection is enabling us to conserve the biodiversity and sustainable use. So right now the technology is a move forward, and so we can use the genetic diversity to explore more detail, especially for ecosystem that we not cover yet. And then we also have the trouble maybe with culturing a microorganism for various kind of ecosystem. By using the manipulation of genetic, we also can use this tool for bioprospective approach. And then we also have some data also in Indonesia, even if we compare with Thailand or the other Vietnam, the other country in region of Asia, we have to do more, I think. So scientists estimate then there is about 8.7 million species, but we only can describe just a little bit more, only 1 million described. And right now the status of Indonesian biodiversity in the third one, because Colombia provide a very good data, I think, for biodiversity. So I think we have to work together, I think, to fill out the data on biodiversity explorations and species described correctly. This is the very important for identification and ecosystem conservations, including ex situ conservations, also should always be promoted. So if we see this slide about the Indonesian species diversity, we can see here that what we obtained so far is mostly data from terrestrial area or terrestrial ecosystem. Okay, we can see here that fauna, algae, vertebrate, and then mammal, we do a lot in terrestrial, but not more data, I think, not many data can get from wetland ecosystem. So I think this is one of the biggest issue, I think, Indonesia right now. So we have to do together, and then I think right now I hope that in this symposium we can strengthening our work networking and then to explore the Indonesian species diversity. This is we can see here that not only the flora, fauna, and also microbes, but still a very limited data that we can have in Indonesia especially. And then if we see in this slide, we can see that Indonesia is an archipelago country located at the equator regions with various unique landscape in Papua and other regions. We're also blessed to have quite diverse of flora, fauna, including microorganisms. We can see here that various kind of ecosystem. It's mean that we have the very good biodiversity, and also contributed by agricultural ecosystem and other created ecosystem, strongly contributed to richness of Indonesian biodiversity. So we can hear also that not only the what we call it the wild type of ecosystem, but also the ecosystem that created by the farmers or the what should I say the fisheries. Also, we can also get some data from such kind of ecosystem. So I just moved to one of the important of biodiversity that we can see here that recently our Indonesia have developed a lot of work, I think, in biodiversity, including the economic value, ecologic value, and cultural value. So I just want to divide it into wild type, habitat, and diversity, and then regulation on climate change, ecological resilience, crop pollination, pest control, and pre-benefit for society for care sector. So if we see just one word, biodiversity, but we can have a lot of things for biodiversity. So we are here in Indonesia, and I think the possibility to explore the biodiversity is in front of us. And then I think by economic value, ecological value, and then cultural value, we can move forward to use it for the economic benefit. And we can see here the very, what should I say, broad limit of biodiversity. So if we can see that not only the biodiversity itself, it means that we have the specimen and we have the data, but also we also can use the diversity data for functional biodiversity approach. For example, to recover the ecosystem and then also the species relations. And also we can use for biocompound, bioenergy, biomaterials. And then the most important thing right now, the innovation or bioprospecting based on traditional knowledge, bioresources for food, health, and environments. This is our strategy actually in Indonesia actually. So right now our research center, Biology Research Center, as a coordinator for the national flagship for biodiversity research. So we are going to try this framework that we established in Indonesia that will be conducted maybe within 5 years. And then the Ministry of Planning, National Planning already agreed to support us in the national framework. So we can see here that we want to do more detail about the biodiversity explorations and the national depository. It's mean that after we explore the diversity, we also have to keep it even in the living specimens, in the live specimens, and also data. And then the most important data, because everybody can use it, the data to do more detail about the biodiversity. So we also have the problem, I think, in Indonesia related with the species analysis. So by using this kind of data, biodiversity status, new species, new record, rare species, endemic species, and red list species, so we finally can give a recommendation to our national level. What should we do regarding with the national biodiversity program? So we try to make such kind of framework, and then we hope everybody can join together with us. And then I think because I think this is very big work, so we can work a lot. I think that collaboration is a very important point. I think as we can learn from the country for Thailand or Vietnam, then they use the national collaboration framework to make the data of diversity is come more complete. So I just want to move to the others topic. I think biodiversity exploration of flora, fauna, and microbes. This is one of our main research, I think, in Research Center for Biology. So this is one of the very big expedition, I think, and very good case or example for international collaboration. So we have the Lengguru expeditions. We work together with French researchers, and then the Guru expedition involving many senior and junior scientists from Research Center for Biology, and then Research Center for Oceanography, university, and several international partners, France, Spain, Italy, and New Caledonia. And then we do some exploration with marines, and then also the cars, and also the terrestrial ecosystem. So by using such kind of scheme, the coordinated with our team, we can do more faster, I think, and then we can get the data more complete about the biodiversity exploration. So we just want to use such kind of model, I think, to work together even with national level or international level. So this is one of the issue, I think, also in Indonesia. So if we talk about diversity, maybe we can divide it into three kind of major work, I think. First, science for science. We do it in LIPI, so we do the explorations, and then we keep it in the museum, a specimen. Everybody can use it as a reference. And then we also conduct some bioprospective works, and then we publish the paper related to our work. And then the second one is science for stakeholders. So we as a scientist have to make the recommendation to give the information based on science to the government. So the government can take the policy and then to manage the development based on science or based on biodiversity. And then the third one is science for society. So we just sometimes we forgot about the society. So we just keep going in research in lab, and then finally publish papers. But I think the society also need our result. So if this is one of the three pillars, I think also adjusted by the Ministry of National Planning, that we have to do some biodiversity related with three programs. So the important for biodiversity as during exploration, so we also do some work, and this is one of the example, biodiversity for science. Maybe we can do, maybe the output is only the publication, I think, most of them. But maybe sometimes the publication also one of the tool, the powerful tool to aware, to give the information for the researchers. It's very easiest way, I think, in the digital era right now, that the library is online, so everybody can access the information. Even we can get also the new information from various kind of researchers in abroad. And then this is one of the study, for example, biodiversity for stakeholders. Usually we use the climate change regulation and disaster regulation and land use change regulation. So right now, I think Indonesia, not many regulation based on the researchers, but we as a researchers also have to give more information, I think, to the stakeholders. And this is the Biodiversity for Society. And then we also have to make the good collaboration with the industry actually. So we have some obstacles that we can do more, and we have to pass our result to the industry. This is one also what the good networking with the industry. So on the right now in Indonesia, still we have to argue with some food security issue. So this is one of the examples that the biodiversity can, what should I say, give the good support for food security. And then this is one of the slide that I just want to share, that what is bioprospeccy actually. So if we talk about bioprospeccy, this is one of the forward way to get some more valuable, important data, I think, not enter data or result from biodiversity itself. Jadi many researchers concerned about what is more value of biodiversity. Then bioprospecting research is one of our interests of biodiversity. So if we look at our country history, actually, since the 19th century, Indonesia is one of the most explored country by colonials. And up to now, we are still fancy as a target of explorations by developed country. So I just want to point it out here that biodiversity imperialism is never ending working. So the most important this issue is how Indonesia can be a part of TIP and get equal benefits. Then we can concerns about access and benefit sharing of our genetic resources. This is one of the most important points. So our research center also do some work with a biomedicine solution based on biodiversity research. And then Money Agency is look for a new compound for our new drug from flora, fauna, and microbes for Indonesia sources. So if we talk about biodiversity loss, it's very correlated with the drug loss. So if we also mean that the biodiversity is important of new research and new idea to get the new substances. So biodiversity loss also mean that loss of economic opportunity. It is our responsible actually to conserve our biodiversity. So if you see here in this slide, but 100 species lost per day. And then if we calculate with the species itself, that its species contains about 100 until 1,000 of chemical. So our planet is losing at least one important drug every 2 years. So if we try to think deeply about the loss of biodiversity, that is mean we also lost the possibility to find a new drug for our country. So, and then the estimated for drug itself, that if we calculate maybe 50,000 until 70,000 plant species harvested for traditional modern medicines, and while around about 50% modern drug has been developed for natural products. So I think we have also can do more work, I think, to discover the new either 50% of the drug for natural products, and then half of the 20 top selling drug are natural product based on biodiversity, and their total sales among 1 trillion. So it's a very big business, I think. So, but still we just as a supplier country have also make some do work to make the equitable work with international partners. So this is one of the example that we are going to do right now in a research center for biology. And we do some project with Japan and also with Germany and also with Spain, conducted some research related with the example of drug for microbial and plant derived materials. And this is one of the ecosystem type that we explore. So deep sea, we have the project with Spain and then microbe ecosystem. And then we also do some endophytic microbe from medical plant. And then also we try to look for the very unique ecosystem type especially around Indonesian area, for example, hot spring sediment and etc. So this is one of our target, to discover the new compound and the new material from Indonesian resources. And this is, we believe that a unique habitat or ecosystem will give us the unique or novel microbes. And unique novel microbes, it's mean that we have the unique or novel functions. This is our philosophy, I think, to discover our biodiversity works. This is one of examples that we also do some work with the exploration of microorganisms, and we found a lot of new species of microorganisms. This is one of example that we have the already published some the actinomycete bacteria from Indonesia since maybe 20 years ago, collaborated with Japan. So from that point that we also can provide the data, I think, to the people who work in biodiversity, that we have the novel microbes. We hope that we also can find a new function of the microbes. This is that we do for more than maybe 10 years with collaboration with Professor Andrea. Then we do some work for endophytic microbe from medicinal plant. So we have a candidate for the new drugs, I think new compound for drug, but I think if we might know that find the new medicine is very long way. So it's not easy that at the end of the work that we have to collaborate with industry. This is the most important point, I think. So we do some exploration for fungi, I think, in the various kind of area. But since that we have a very big area that I think we can share, I think, the information and share working together with the other partner, even a university or research center in the other area in Indonesia. So this is the medicinal plant that we did it already, some of the medicinal plant, and we also keep all the specimen or the microbe in our culture collection. We have the Indonesian culture collection, and we think that we agree that we should include them as a capital for drug developments. So we also learn that important contribution of traditional knowledge for drug developments. This is one of the examples that we have to work together and then to gain all the knowledge to discover our biodiversity. So this is one example that I think traditional knowledge base is more important and more faster to get the new data. And this is the Africa country already maybe try to use such kind of scheme, and then for developing their country for health, I think. And then we would like to summarize the important data of biodiversity and the role of Biodiversity Research Agency on facilitating and stimulating the target of SDGs. So this is one of the target in the world that we can work from natural cultural heritage. So we do some work in biodiversity, national characteristic, and we can also support the bioeconomy, biosecurity, human health, conservation, and scientific credibility and quality assurance. And the most important thing that biodiversity can use for sustainable use of development. That we can use this framework also to do more detail about our work in Research Center for Biology. So to address this issue, our Research Center for Biology tried to establish the Research National Program. And then we divided our research center into 3 divisions: geology divisions, botany division, and microbiology divisions. By using that kind of scheme, I think we can do faster to explore the diversity with it, the zoology, botany, or microbiology. So Biology Research Center actually conduct research in the field of biology. So we prepare the material for policy regulation, prepare guidelines, and then manage a documentation information system, and then dissemination of result, and then scientific services. So we can also collaborate with the other researchers to give what should I say, services, I think, even services for laboratory or services to make the recommendations. So this is our museum, the Museum Geological Bogoriense is one of the biggest and then the oldest museum, I think, in Indonesia. And then we collect the materials, and then since it is a national museum, so we also willing to deposit our collaborating specimen in our museums with international standardized management system. And this is also for botany, that so we also have the very long history to keep our quality of herbariums in our herbarium Bogoriense. And then we're also keeping many collection from world botanical researchers and more than 100,000 years ago. So this is, I think, the very basic facility for Indonesia, I think, to develop, and then the very good international standardized museum that this kind of facility, I think, can use as a referring study. So everybody can use it, the specimen, for study in botany, geology, and the most important thing is Indonesian culture collection. This is very new. This is inaugurated, I think, 10 years ago. And since we keep the live conditions, and that is not so easy to build such kind of system, and I'm really happy that our governments, this is the building, is built by Indonesian governments, is around 2 floors and 3,000 meters squares, and then the Japanese government provide us the equipment and assistance. So right now we keep about the 10,000 microbes. Then everybody can use it as for a bioprospecting approach. So we are welcome to collaborate with you by using our Indonesian original microbes. So this is one of the map that I will share with all the participants, the map of explorations. Then actually we routinely do some exploration from Sumatra until Papua, but still we have a lot of data still that we didn't have. So there is a spot that we cannot cover the data and the specimen. This is one of our routine activity for our researchers. Then also a research center for biology have very big team. We have around 200 researchers join with our research center. So also we do some Indonesian microbe collections and then explorations. And this is our facility. So we keep it in a live condition by using drying and freezing. So we can do some more study, I think, in microbes itself. So if we concern about biodiversity threats, so right now, if we see the destroy of the biodiversity by habitat changes, invasive species, and pollution and degradations and climate change. So we have to do more faster work, I think, to cover the Indonesian biodiversity data. So by using this such kind of approach, regularly or routinely, the Ministry of National Planning, working with Indonesian agency, especially the research center, makes some book and then about the status of Indonesian biodiversity. So we can see at that book that maybe Indonesia also, sadly, some of the species are also already lost by the destruction of the ecosystem. So this is our publications. Our Research Center for Biology also routinely publish some book after we do some expedition. We routinely, and then this is a very quite new books, and then we do some what should I say, analysis how many new species described from Indonesia within 50 years. So there is a lot of book here, and so everybody can read it and then can use it, and then maybe can use for another study, I think. So this is one of our national flagship program, and to address this issue, the biodiversity issue, our Research Center for Biology appointed as a coordinator for the PRN, they call it Indonesia National Project. And then we already have the roadmap for at least 5 years, and then the target also. And then we're starting from the species of fauna, endangered species, and then flora endangered species. And also we do the exploration routinely by using this scheme. And then finally also we keep it and deposit it, the data and the specimen at our museum. And then the flow of the master plan, and then we are going to use it for bioprospective work. And then since that in national level also we didn't have regulation related on biodiversity, we also want to, what should I say, to elaborate the documentation or the regulation, national regulation. In Indonesia, especially if we already have the ratified the Nagoya Protocol and CBD, but we also have to, protect our national treasures as a biodiversity country by using the national regulation. So I will invite all the participants here to join this program. It's very open for opening the proposals every year. And then the budget, maybe the funding is various kind of sources, even from DICTI, for BRIN, and also for LPDP, and also for industry. So this scheme is using for a national research thema, and then I invite networking and collaboration with all of you in this program. And then I just want also to share the situation right now. Then we have the new organization. LIPI is already, what should I say? This is LIPI is only history right now. So we moved to the new agency, we call it BRIN. And then we merge with various kind of research center and also the researcher from the ministry by using this regulation. And then the BRIN already established, and then but still the activity is not changed a lot, I think. So our research centers will do some work related with the discovery of biodiversity, collection, this depository and distribution, and then protecting of access and of resources on biodiversity. As I explained in the previous slide, that we have the project with mangrove. This is one of the national priority project, and we are going to working together with Pertamina actually in Cilacap or Segara Arakan. So this is one of the example that we use the research data, and we use the collaboration with the society, and we use the collaboration also with industry. So we have, but using this as a scheme, a society, science for science, science for stakeholder, science for society, we can apply in this area in Segara Anakan Cilacap. So also this is one of the example that we use the wetland area as one of the way that to discover biodiversity, also one of the way that we can also provide the value of biodiversity to society. Before I closing my presentation, I also want to introduce our new facility in Cibinong, West Java. This is the one of the new building provided by Pure Indonesia governments. So we are very happy that the national government still can trust LIPI to make the national bidding, or we call it the National Biodiversity Center. This National Biodiversity Center will be finished next year on February or March. So I invite all of the participants and collaborators, even the national or international level, to join together with us to use this very expensive facility in Cibinong, and we can work together. It's open for everybody to work together, and then we can collaborate from now on. And then by using this workshop, symposium, I will be introduce our open facility for everybody to work together, to use together, and to discover Indonesian biodiversity frameworks. For closing remarks, I just want to thank to all participants, organizers for giving me the opportunity to share the information and for kind attentions. Thank you very much again. I will be give back the time to moderator. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you very much, Dr. Kanti. Very interesting and very promising information. We will back to you after Professor Daryono giving presentation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So the next presenter is Professor Daryono. Welcome, Professor Daryono.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning. Thank you, moderator, Dr. Kristianto, for giving a time as well as the opportunity for me to join the second international conference on tropical wetlands, biodiversity, and conservation. And before I start my talk, I would like to express my gratitude for the honorable. He already left here, but I would like to express my gratitude for Honorable Professor Dr. Sutarto Hadi, Director of University of Tambung Mangkurat, as well as my friends, Dr. Abdul Ghafur, the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Tambung Mangkurat. As well as I would like also to express for my senior, Dr. Atit Kanti is my senior. She's a senior researcher in Biology Research Center, BRIN. And also to all of professors, lecturers, students, as well as ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Kristianto, may I start my presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So may I have the slide? Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So this morning, I'm going to present the my presentation as a chairman of biology, Indonesian Biology Consortium, or COBI. So I think Dr. Atit Kanti already explained very nice data and also presentation. In the other side, so the COBI also would like to share the contribution and effort of the COBI in bending the curve of Indonesia biodiversity loss. But before I start the presentation, I would like to briefly introduce the UGM first. So I cannot move my slide. Can give me access to operate by myself. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
So I cannot move my slide. I'm sorry. So I would like to operate by myself. Okay, I would like to restart again. I'm sorry. Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, clear.
Okay. Before I start, so I briefly introduce my university, and then here is the location of UGM in the Java Island, in the central Java. the Yogyakarta Special Province. And here is the graduation ceremony hall, and this is the main building. As you know, UGM has the oldest and the biggest national university in Indonesia, and we have more than 50,000 students now, and also 18 faculty and 2 schools, including graduate school and also the vocational school. And the Faculty of Biology is one of the faculty in UGM. We already have the international accreditation from ASEAN, German, as well as our magister study also already certified by Asian University Network. And then here is the main building of new building in Faculty of Biology. If you come to Yogyakarta, maybe you can visit these buildings. Today, I am going to have at least maybe 4 outline. So the introduction of the COBI, this is because some of Indonesian also do not very well known about the COBI. If you are Googling the COBI, sometime you can meet the Indonesian Martial Art Committee, or it's also COBI if you Google, yeah. But here is the COBI is the Indonesian Biology Consortium. And we will share you the brief history, the goal, and also the membership. And the most important is we also want to share you about the summary of Living Planet report. It's already reported by some of the NGOs, and also the current condition of Indonesia biodiversity. Actually, is already also part of this, also already delivered by Dr. Atit Kanti. And the most important, what's COBI have done, and the eggs and its contribution for bending the curve of biodiversity load. And here is the symbol of the COBI, Consortium Biology. So the COBI was established in Yogyakarta, September 22 in 2011. Is almost maybe 10 years, yeah, for undetermined period. And you see that the COBI also play an active role in the development of higher education in biology, in the control of biodiversity, of course, but for optimal and sustainable utilization of biological natural resources, especially for human welfare and environmental sustainability. Let's see the goals of the COBI. We have 3 goals. The first, we are gathering the higher education institution through Indonesia in the field of biology, both government and private, because you know some member of the COBI also is not from national university, but most of them also from the private university. And we also very active in communicating, cooperating, and synergizing with the institution engaged in biology, also in related fields, both at home and abroad. We also have collaboration very nicely with some of the institutions in Malaysia and also in Germany and in Australia. Since 2014, you see the certificate COBI was originally registered at Ministry of Law and Human Rights, Republic of Indonesia. That's why in 2017, the Director General of Belmawa, Professor Intan Ahmad, I think he's also coming from Banjarmasin, yeah. He stated that COBI is an association of biology study program in Indonesia, which obviously exists and has a legal status. You can see the legal status stated by the Director General 4 years ago. And how about the members, COBI members? If we see the report and our data, since 2016, is very increase in the members of study program in COBI. So we have now more than 450 members at COBE in Indonesia. Of course, mostly in Java. Java has 136 study programs, not only biology actually. This also for education biology, biotechnology, microbiology, and also applied biology. And the second is moved to Sumatra. Sumatra is also the large study programs member of COBE. And I think the third is Kalimantan. Can you stop of the others mic, please? So third and 35 we have moved to Sulawesi 42, and then to Kalimantan, and also to Bali and East Nusa Tenggara, both West and also the East Nusa Tenggara. And for Maluku, we have 21. And the last is for the Papua, we have 70 study program is as a member of COBE. And we can imagine the human resources here. So even we also have a very large area for managing the biodiversity in Indonesia. But I think the goodness is now we have organization which focus to improve our not only quantity but also the quality, how to manage this biodiversity. And now I will move to the international report. So we have the summary Living Planet report last year, and we cited from Living Planet report. And we see here, so these data show that the all of biodiversity, mainly in vertebrate, has declined. You can see in 2020 or 2020, this report for Global Living Planet Index show an average 60% fall in monitor population, both of mammal, birds, amphibian, reptile, fish. And we can see here in the figures from 1970 until 2016. So it's already down or fall in 68%. And the species population trend are important. Why the species population? Because they are a measure of overall ecosystem health. So we measure the population because they are the representation of the ecosystem health. And of course, measuring biodiversity is not so easy because this is complex. And there is no single measure that can capture all the things in the web of life. We know very complex in biodiversity, but I think the species population trend is also one of the way how we can see the status of biodiversity in here in this planet. And then we one by one, I would like to show you the report. The first we move into the freshwater, the whole of in the region. Yeah, if we see in the region, so overall the condition in every region, you see are decline. The subtropical region of the America here, you see the subtropical region of the America is the most shrinking result observed in any region. According to this report, there is 90%, 94% decline in Living Planet Index. And we compare from the South America into the others region, for example, the America and the North region. We see all of them of decrease, but the decrease, the decline is not so very huge in the South America region. We also see in the Africa here, in the Europe, as well as in the Asia, including Indonesia. I think these data make our alarm, and aware how we can decline the biodiversity loss. And we move to okay, that this is the conversion of ecosystem, also the overexploitation of species, climate change, and the introduction of alien species are the key driver for decline of biodiversity in all of every region in the world. And we move to the fresh water. I think in Kalimantan also, in Java, in all of Indonesia, we see the fresh water is the fastest ecosystem decline. According to here in this report, they show almost 90% of global wetland have been lost since 1700, and human have altered millions of kilometers of rivers. Of course, the most important that according to this report, 944 species of mammal, birds, amphibian, reptile, and fish in freshwater decline 4% per year since 1970. And we can see here the decline until 80% in freshwater. That's why the freshwater is the fastest ecosystem decline. And we move to how about soil? Soil also as one of the largest reservoir of biodiversity on this earth, because up to 90% of living organisms in terrestrial ecosystem, including some pollinators, spend part of their life cycle in soil habitat. I think without soil, biodiversity and terrestrial ecosystem may collapse. Let's see the figures here with the soil community. If we see here in the ground or in the surface, we will see some of megafauna living here, and diverse. Maybe we can find the microfauna and also mesofauna, as well as Dr. Ratit Kanti also already emphasized the microbe and also microfauna. So the soil also, the similar with the freshwater, is very important for biodiversity. And the destroy of soil biodiversity, as already we mentioned, the terrestrial ecosystem may collapse. And we move to how about the marine? Marine also is very, very hard if we see the marine now, because the ocean is home to millions of species. So the loss of marine biodiversity is weakening the ocean ecosystem and its ability to withstand and disturbance. And we know that to adapt climate change and to play through a global ecological and climate regulators. If we see the driver of the change, the overfishing, the pollution, the coastal development, including the offshore infrastructures also here, the shipping, the marine cultures, land-based pollution, and ocean-based pollution. So the climate change also will continue to cause a growing spectrum of effect across marine ecosystem, and it's just also hard for marine. Now marine is look like hot waters. And how about the plant? The plant biodiversity also very important, and we can see the plant are very essential for structural and ecological foundation. And we see the terrestrial ecosystem, and they are also provide fundamental support for life in the earth. So plant extinction risk comparable to that of mammal and higher than for the bird, because we do understand that the plant cannot move from one place to the other place. So it's also hard for plants to defend from from the many of serious decline. For example, in addition, an assessment of sample of thousands of species, so now representing the taxonomy and geographical bird of global plant diversity, so that 1 in 5, so it's equal to 22%, are threatened with extinction, most of them in the tropic. If you see the destroy of the forest, so it's mean also the destroy the extinction of the plant diversity. And now we see the population, our population, because now humanity now overspend this biological budget for every year. But we see the total of human population. And this is also the explosion in global trade, the consumption, the human population growth, and the urbanization. We see every year changing how people live, and how also the cost to the nature and the stability of the earth. So we also can see here the protection of key of the biodiversity area. Even some of them also in the gross domestic product is increased. But yeah, of course, this is also a good side for human, but we have to see how we can manage and also make the harmony between the biodiversity and also the human. And the climate change, we understand very well the mechanism of negative impact from the climate change. Even the climate change also have in somehow also the positive impact. So the climate change leads to biodiversity because mostly the impact on species is change. As I'm a population genetic studies, the change in population distribution and genetic characteristic also lead to alter the vulnerable and sometimes to extinction. And how we can make the balance and the harmony, I think the good way is how we can increase the intrinsically and interlinks. So the healthy planet, also the healthy people. And how biodiversity also we are focusing on fundamental for our food security, including the livelihood and food security, and also the resilience. Yeah, we see the both in the terrestrial plants, terrestrial animal, aquatic animal and plant, as well as Dr. Atit Kanti already mentioned, the microorganism and also the fungi is very important. And this is the way how we can also make the harmony between our fundamental needs with the nature. And this is the image of the imaging roadmap for people and also the nature. According to this research, we can see that in the peak population, maybe in 2070, I think we just now 2021, so it's almost 50 years later. Our population will be around 9.4 billion or close to 10 billion. So if the economic growth is a moderate and uneven, and the globalization also can continue. So we have at least 4 scenarios, the biggest 4 scenario. You can see here, if the increase of conservation effort only the increase or conservation effort, the curve will be bent before 2050. I do hope maybe in 2030 this band will be stopped and we will increase again the index of biodiversity and also for living things here. But if we only increase of the conservation effort, we just speak here. But if the conservation and supply side effort, so maybe we can increase more here. This is for the biodiversity only, and this is if the biodiversity increase, the conservation, I mean, and the supply effort also working together. But also if we include the increase on conservation and demand inside effort also. And the last, the very highest is, we can see if there is integration both of the conservation effort and also the sustainable production, as well as the sustainable consumption. So I think the biodiversity also will better and will increase nicely. We have to be considered here, because we know the CBD, we have the CBD agenda, but we also have a problem, because if you can see here this data in 2010, so the curve still declined. Yeah. Without our effort, I think this curve, also this data, the losing of biodiversity is more decline and more sharp and more deepness. And this also the prediction in 2000, yeah. And if we are no effort, so the biodiversity will be lose massively. And how about Indonesia? I think Dr. Atitanti already mentioned nicely. So we do understand about our condition. You can see here we are the first in the world of the biodiversity of coral, because we have 590 species of coral. So we are the richest coral in the world. We also the second place for the research of mama. We have 515 species of mama, and we are the third for the biodiversity of the plant, because we have 37,000 species. And we are number 4 for the primate. We have 35 species diversity of primate. And also for the reptile, because we have 781 species of reptile. And number 5 for the species of the bird, because our data show Indonesia have 1,592 species of the bird. And the last, we also number 6 in the world for species of amphibian. Even we now have the good data here, but also we have a problem with the destroying of our biodiversity. And we can see here the data from 2000 until 2012, Indonesia lost more than 6 million hectares of primary forest. As we compare to the England, so this is similar to the England or UK. And I think you are now in South Kalimantan, and all of everybody stay in and live in Kalimantan now very well in this data. If we compare in 1950 until 2020, last year, yeah, the forestation rate by around 46,000 hectares a year, or similar with 70% of Jakarta province sites. And we also have see the data between 1990 until 2005, the approximately 28 million of Indonesian forests disappeared. We see these pictures here. And also, of course, 77% of which were the virgin forests. In the term of the local threat, also in the ocean, say more than half of our coral reef classifies as highly to very highly treated. So, and what have we done to ban loss of these curve of biodiversity. So actually, Indonesia already have some of the efforts here. We know very well, we have ratified the United Nations on CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, and also we have already ratified the Kyoto Protocol in 2004. Some of area also have the conservation district, like in Kalimantan, I think it's already established, including the Kapuas Hulu, Malino, Kuningan, and Pasir. And just maybe this week, yeah, our president also already planting some mangrove in South Kalimantan, I think very massively. It's more than 60,000 hectares. And also we have the biodiversity in environmental impact assessment, EIA, and Indonesia Biodiversity Strategic and Action Plan, or ICWEB, has already finished last year, but COBE, as I will report later, so COBE working together with Bappenas to keep more, and also the plan for the ICWEB. Yeah, we already make some contribution how to have the action plan and also the target for the next ICWEB after 2020. As you already maybe all remind that in ICWEB 2015 and 2020 is already also emphasis by the CBD, the by 2050. The management of biodiversity has been realized in support of effort to conserve the earth, which can provide an important benefit for all people through respect, conservation, bleeds and use wisely, and the maintenance of ecosystem services has been implemented. And we now have to continue the ICWEB after past 2020. And this is the important information from COBE. So during past 5 years, what kind of the activity and contribution is already conducted by COBE, and how can we mainstream the biodiversity in Indonesia? The first, COBE already have the action for coordinating meeting. So we have 3-time national congress, and also to decided the action plan and also the target. The first congress already held in biology UIN Makassar in 2016. Here, I think this is the documentation, and some of you also maybe also joined together at the time. And also in 2018 in biotechnology study program of Universitas Surabaya in East Java. And the last November last year, 2020, in biology study program at Bengkulu University. Yeah. And then this year we will also have the national meeting in Papua, West Papua, in biology study program of Universitas Papua in Manokwari next November, 24 and 25 November this year. I hope also we can continue the COBE program in the management of natural resources. This is one of we already conducted and also still going on. And the second, COBE is very actively in giving the opinion in newspaper and the international journal. So regarding the Indonesian biodiversity condition, and also the we now just working together with Bappenas in regarding for submission of Indonesia Biodiversity Index. As also we also working together with LIPI. And you can see here some of news or some of issue in biodiversity also always Kobe published in national newspaper as well as also in the international journal. Yeah, as you can see, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, we have a problem in Indonesian coral reef damage in Raja Ampat, and also we make a report and we also make a news to remind that this is also very important issue and we have to give a solution for this problem. And then we move to the third Kobe. Also, this is very important for our education system, the development of the study program, both of biology, educational biology, microbiology, applied biology study program in Indonesia. You can see here in the graph that maybe 10 years ago, it is not so easy to find the study program with the A quality and the good quality or the best quality in accreditation from Indonesian board. Yeah. And also nowadays, if we can see from 2018, the situation is changing. Most of the study program, biology study program, education and biology study program, microbiology, biotechnology, and also applied biology nowadays is already certified or accredited by national board from Indonesia Higher Education Directory, from the Ministry of Education and Research and Technology, and also from Magister and a Doctor study program. Maybe 10 or more than 10 years ago, we are difficult to find Magister study program and Doctor study program in biology. Is still limited, but nowadays we have more than 39 Magister study program in Indonesia in biology, I mean, and also a Doctor study program. Now we have 18 Doctor study program in biology in Indonesia. And the fourth also, the important is we now have the academic draft, not draft, but this is already approved by higher education, Ministry of Education, Research and Technology by 2019. This is the National Standard Biology Consortium biology curriculum, and for both for undergraduate and also the graduate program. And now all of biology study program in Indonesia has the same national standard biology curriculum. And number 5, we also have good collaboration with Ikatan Himpunan Mahasiswa Biologi Indonesia, and we call IKHIMBI, because as you know, the utilization of social media to strengthen your the generation awareness again biodiversity preservation is very, very important. As you may know, the Indonesia have very high social media user. Yeah, it's more than 130 million by 2016. I think now it's more than 150 million peoples, mainly the young generation, using the social media. That's why the COBE also have and then pay attention very much for working together with the young generation, usually in the issue of biodiversity, how to ban the biodiversity condition in Indonesia. And number 6, COBE also very active in implementing independent learning program, and we call now MBKM in independent campus, especially during the coronavirus pandemic. Now we have more than 7 times of webinar held by organized by COBE, as well as many of national and international seminar. Like now, the second international conference on tropical wetland biodiversity and conservation conducted by biology study program MIPA Universitas Lambung Mangkurat very well. Yeah, and also this is also important because we are also have to develop our education system and also our knowledge, science and knowledge. And COBE also have very active in organizing several courses related to biocurators. I think Dr. Atitanti, we are now also have one of the course we call biocurators. I think we need also collaboration with you, with LIPI, yeah, or with the BRIN, now is BRIN. And here our course in we call independent campus, yeah, MBKM. We have biocurators, and also we have the introduction for sustainable development goals. Here is the credit, yeah. This is 3 credits, 2 credits for in the class, and 1 is for the practical analysis. And we're also working together with Bappenas for the sustainable development goals, and also IPSAP, yeah, for introduction to all of the students in Indonesia. And now also we are preparing for delivery the biology profession in Indonesia. Like biocurator is the profession. The profession is already registered and also approved by our government. Yeah, like in LIPI, I think LIPI have some of the biocurators. Also, we conducted the big analysis data for our biodiversity. Also. And also the very important, we working together with the FKKI, Forum Komunikasi Konservasi Indonesia, for this course. Yeah, and the last also we have first biodiversity award. Before the pandemic, we delivered this biodiversity award, both for individual or group. Who have contribute significantly to the preservation and conservation Indonesia biodiversity. I will take you maybe 2 or 3 minutes maybe, yeah. Okay.
Your time just about 5 minutes left.
Okay. Okay.
Dalam rangka memperingati Hari Cinta Puspa dan Satwa Nasional 2019 yang jatuh pada 5 November lalu, organisasi yang berperan aktif dalam pengembangan ilmu biologi dalam bidang keanekaragaman hayati dan pemanfaatan sumber daya alam hayati Indonesia, atau yang lebih dikenal dengan COBE, memberikan penghargaan sosok keanekaragaman hayati kepada mendiang Ani Yudhoyono. Ketua COBE Budi Setiadi mengatakan penghargaan diberikan kepada Ibu Negara RI ke-6 sebagai bentuk penghormatan atas dedikasi dan jasa-jasa mendiang semasa hidupnya dalam memperjuangkan kelestarian keanekaragaman hayati di Indonesia.
Ada banyak masukan. Yang pertama adalah beliau tentu kita sudah tahu adalah Ibu Negara ya. Kemudian juga beliau mempunyai concern yang sangat tinggi. Jadi sebelum jadi ibu negara, kita lihat track recordnya, beliau memiliki kecintaan terhadap lingkungan yang cukup tinggi.
Sementara itu, SBY dan putra sulungnya Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono mengapresiasi atas penghargaan yang telah diberikan kepada mendiang Ani Yudhoyono.
This is the Professor Sutiman, he is the founder of COBE, ya. Dr. Rotnopeni and Dr. Adi Pancoro.
Kami bersama dengan Ibu Ani. Oleh karena itu, saya mengerti apa yang ada dalam hatinya, apa yang ada dalam pikirannya, dan apa yang dilakukan selama puluhan tahun jauh sebelum menjadi ibu negara di negeri tercinta ini. Di dunianya saya kira almarhumah hari ini tersenyum, damai, bahagia, dan juga mengucapkan terima kasih.
Tentunya mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang tinggi atas apresiasi yang diberikan kepada almarhumah Ibu Ani atas segala karya dan juga komitmen sepanjang hidupnya untuk lingkungan hidup.
Dengan adanya penghargaan ini, diharapkan dapat memicu seluruh masyarakat Indonesia, terutama generasi penerus, untuk mampu menjaga keanekaragaman hayati yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Okay, and then I move to the last. So as I already mentioned, we are COBE, work together with several ministry and government agency like KLHK. We are work together with KLHK, also KKP here, and also Kemendikbudristek. No, we call Kemendikbudristek. Of course, Ristek BRIN and LIPI. Thank you very much, Dr. Apatit Kanti, and also with Bapenas and Badan Pusat Statistik BPS. This is very, very important for us also for the data, big data analysis, working together with BPS. And the last also with the Ministry of Finance, MNQ. Actually, I have another video, but maybe because of the time is very limited, I move to conclusion. This is we talk about the Indonesia Biodiversity Index. Okay, so I move to the conclusion. So the humans are very dependent on the nature, but in fact, they contribute to destroying nature. Also, we destroy the nature. If we compare to others, the first not by the Anthropocene, but I think the fifth or the sixth, we are now the human. Even we are very dependent on the nature, but we also contribute to destroy our nature. So we have to think deeply about this. And the second is global and national biodiversity trend in Indonesia. So a decrease both in quality and quantity. Also, we have to pay attention for the number second. And COBE hope that the social media can be used as a medium for the mainstreaming biodiversity issue in Indonesia. Of course, the collaboration number 4, we have to work together to, of course, the short target is to realize the CBD 2050 vision and also the IPSAP past 2020. I think that's all for now. Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much also all our audience for your kind attention. I return back to the moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Daryono. Very interesting and impressive. So the next step is we are going to answer the question from the audience. But for the first one, this is from Dr. Kanti, and then after that, Professor Daryono. Okay, that's Dr. Kanti. If you want to answer, there are some questions for you in that room. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderators. And then from Pa Anang, the question. Okay, it's quite difficult question actually, since if we talk about the strategy for managing biodiversity, but if we see right now that also the, what should I say, the rule or the managing for agriculture also changed just a little bit. So we see maybe in Kalimantan and Sumatra, there's a lot of land use changes from forest, from natural forest changes to plantation. So if we talk about biodiversity, it will be more connected with economy. So maybe plantations can give the economic value rapidly, but if we talk about biodiversity, biodiversity is like a treasure for national. So treasure, it's mean that in the next generation also can use the biodiversity for sustainable use. So why in our national program, that I explained before, that we also have to make attentions to making the national regulation for biodiversity. We have a special grand design for that, since that we have a good connections for managing, for example, for Ministry of Agriculture and also for researchers. Since that right now the management is different institution, agency. For example, LIPI right now have the appointed as a government for science managing. So LIPI sometime give the recommendation to the governments how science can use as a basis for make a regulation. But on the other hand, the ministry have as a management for the others agenda, I think. So maybe BRIN is available right now, and then the researcher from ministry also will join the BRIN. I think we can work together. I think to develop more good strategy how we can keep biodiversity, and on the other hand, how we can keep economy. So if we talk about the conservation and monoculture industry, so it's quite complicated, Pak Anang. But the national regulation is needed, I think. So also we are, as a researcher, also have to give the input data, the real data based on scientific approach, that the biodiversity, even they keep it as a biodiversity itself, it will make the benefit value for economic as a national growth. Okay, Pak Anang, I hope this my answer will be
Thank
enough.
you for the answer, Dr. Atit. Okay.
So is our, and then I just want to inform also Pak Anang right now, the Kemenko Marves, our coordinators also make a new impress instruksi presiden. I also join in this, what should I say, the team. The impress is called pengarus utamaan ke hati. So it's mean that if we have the instruction of our presidents, everybody will obey with the regulation. So this is the one of the way that we can control that biodiversity cannot change rapidly to the monoculture industry. We hope that by using the impress, we can use the application in the near futures. This is one of the new information. It's not finished yet. It's quite complicated actually, but we hope within maybe next year we can use this regulation to, at least to protect some the good area for biodiversity. Okay, Pak Anang, thank you.
Okay,
and then
thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and the second one from Helianti, actually from BPPT, the previous agency. Okay. Oh, of course. So since that our research center, the biology research centers, conduct the routine exploration every years. We go to several area ecosystem, especially in 25 ecosystem appointed by the Ministry of Environments as a specific ecosystem type. But extratermophilic, we never, we do it, but not specific. So I welcome Ibu Helianti to join with us. Please use the PRN scheme, Ibu, so you can write a proposal. I am as a coordinator. I will inform you in the near futures, because as usually in Indonesia, the management for research, that if we want to submit the proposal, the time is very limited. So we just running with the time. I'm really happy if you can join. So since also we have the Indonesian culture collection, so we can also put your collection in Indonesian culture collection as a national depository level, and then will be managed as an international standard. So don't worry that we have the expert in Indonesian culture collection, so you can do exploration, Ibu Helianti. So if you already get the microbe, you can also deposit it in a system. We are welcome to work together closely with you, Ibu Helianti. And then for Ibu Nani Radiasuti, actually Ibu Nani is all my colleagues. Yeah, I know Ibu Nani have a lot of work in endophytic fungi. So also Bu Nani, we are welcome to collaborate with you. So by using the scheme for PRN, and then the funding from PTN from Dikti, Ibu Nani, you can write also the proposal, and also if you willing to deposit your endophytic fungi in ACC, we are very happy, since that microbe is not easy to deposit. They have several techniques. So I just worry that if you already have a lot of microbes, and finally the microbe didn't perceive very well, and finally the microbe will lost. And one of the Professor Budi already explains that the loss of microbe also one of the critical issue in the biodiversity area. So Ibu Nani, please we can join together again to work together, and then we can discuss more detail in the near future. Thank you very much for the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Atit.
Oh, one more. We have one more. This is for me. Okay, from Ibu Witiyasti Imaningsih. There is a big plan for APO subjects to join. Yeah, of course. So maybe starting for next year's, we have the agenda, especially for expeditions. So, and then we just have a new, news for the, we call it Pengarah BRIN, Ibu Megawati, that we have to work together with the local agency. So usually we have the big, plan to do the expeditions. And we also have the research facials. So usually we spend a lot of time in the facials, Kapal Baruna Jaya, maybe more than 3 months sometime. And also our head of BRIN, Pak Handoko, also gave us some recommendations. It will be better if we work together with the student, maybe in Kalimantan or the researcher in Kalimantan. If we stop in Kalimantan and then if we go to Kalimantan, maybe this is one of the way, then we can speed up to discover the Indonesian biodiversity. So maybe I'm and my team may be located in Cibinong, that if we have only limited budget for exploration, we can ask to the partners in university or the student that interested in university to collect the sample. So, and fathers, we can explore and we can more look for the information in Cibinong, for example. So we have a very good facility in Cibinong. So this is one of the way I think that very good to collaborate together. So I also really want to appreciate to Professor Budi actually. Professor Budi is my junior, but very excellent junior. So I really want to work together with Kobe. I think Kobe is very active to do a lot of work related with biodiversity. So maybe as a national level, we can do a lot of thing and a lot of plan, I think. So it's really impossible, I think, to discover the biodiversity, but one or two agency. So maybe in the next futures, in the next not too long, I think. Next years, we are going to do some big explorations. So we are inviting everybody to join. What should I say? The expedition. And then Prof. Budi also asked me how about plant or animal of Manfred Sleepy also provides. Not many actually. If living plant or animal, not many. Prof. Budi. We just maybe the Ministry of Agriculture have a better collection than us, but maybe we have the specimen for reference since we have the Museum Geology and Museum Herbariums. But for plants, some of them we have. For example, we have a big collection for pisang, for banana. We collected the wild type of banana, and then also the genetic modified banana. But some of them we still keep it alive. And since in LIPI we have the Kebun Raya, Prof. Budi, so the living collection planted as exit to conservation in Kebun Raya. So, and then also we also right now develop the Kebun Raya daerah. So I think if Professor Budi needs some sources for plants, so we can use the planted already in Kebun Raya. So one of the exit to conservation. So usually the Kebun Raya itself collect the wild type of a plant from forest and then replant it again in Kebun Raya. We have the Kebun Raya daerah, more than 35 Kebun Raya daerah, and also the big maybe 5 or 4 Kebun Raya under the BRIN right now. And human viruses, we try to also to preserve in ICC. We start right now with COVID-19 virus, Prof. Budi. But still, we just start with human virus with COVID-19. So we need also more collaboration, I think. Since we have the facility for preservation, I think we just have to upgrade our facility for also non-pathogenic virus. But we have collaboration also, Prof. Budi, with Balitvet, for example, the Ministry for Agriculture for virus, for what should I say, pathogen virus. And also since Ekman, maybe we'll join also with BRIN. I think Indonesian culture collection maybe will be upgrading also to preserve even pathogen or non-pathogen. And also in LIPI, we have the BSL-3 facility that we can, isolate the virus, various kind of virus. So maybe in the near futures, we can also preserve the good facility for virus. Thank you, Prof. Budi. We are going to have, what should I say, talk deeply together, to work together.
Yeah. Actually, I'm very happy because directly it's not so easy to see you with the pandemic conditions.
Yes,
but by online, we can easily.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanti.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much also for Dr. Kanti. We actually are waiting for some question maybe for Professor Daryono about COVID. Is there any question?
There is 2 questions, moderators. Yeah.
Okay. Please, your turn, Professor Daryono. Yes, Professor Daryono, please.
I'm sorry, I mute my voice. Okay, so the question from Dr. Abdul Ghaffur, I think as I already mentioned, COBI already have the national standards biology curriculums, and is now already we already approved by the Director of Higher Education in 2019. And then we implemented for all of study program. We have a 365 study program over these countries, and they already implemented this. But for specifically inside of this curriculum, they are contain some of biodiversity emphasis is depend on of the study program, because COBI only make the regulation for the only the standards, and every study program or maybe department and university can richness the uniqueness of the study program in this region, because we just make the standard regulation, because this is accepted for all of the study program in Indonesia, and for the richness contained of biodiversity is we are delivery depend on the priority of the study program itself. But as I already mentioned before, we already have the independent learning program in independent campus we call MBKM now. As I already mentioned, we have bio-creators. I do hope Dr. Atit Kanti also will join with us together as one of the lectures for bio-creators, because some of bio-creators now work intensively in LIPI, I think. Yeah, many bio-creators in LIPI. And COBI already delivered for MBKM. Yeah, MBKM, I know in English, maybe independent learning program in independent campus. I'm a little bit difficult how to English the MBKM, as Mas Menteri said. And we opened last year working together with Bappenas and also Kemenristek Dikti. And this program includes 20 this course is including its 20 credits, yeah, we call SKS. There is bio-creators and also the biology profession, as well as the big data analysis. As maybe next, Dr. Nani will ask me about this one. So Dr. Abdul Ghaffur, COBE actually very seriously to make the collaboration. Yeah, we don't want to make a new national standard for biodiversity, because we deliver it now using the MBKM program, and it's more flexible. And start last year and also this year, we just opened for all of students in biology, including also not only in biology, but also maybe somehow students from forestry, students from geography, students maybe from agriculture, even from animal husbandry can join with us. Yeah, delivery 20 credits. Yeah, in biodiversity, MBKM biodiversity. We call MBKM KH, MBKM Keanekaragaman Hayati. Now, one of the course is biocurators, including the big data analysis, as well as we also deliver how they can manage the data. Maybe I will answer next for the Dr. Nani, Dr. Nani question. I do hope Pak Dekan, Pak Dr. Abdul Ghaffur also already approved the memorandum of understanding between COBE, PENAS, and also all of the study program, because the dean have to sign the memorandum of understanding or memorandum of agreements to deliver this program, and we will start 3rd November here until in the middle of December. And then finally, we will close by the final examination for this program. And in this program, not only biology consortium working together, but also some of the invited lectures come from NGO. We were also working together with FKKI, Forum Komunikasi Konservasi Indonesia, or maybe Indonesia Conservation Communication Forum. Yeah, inside of there's nine NGOs. I think, moderators, that's all for my explanation to Dr. Abdul Ghaffur. So the conclusion is COBE doesn't make a new national standard only for biodiversity, because for biodiversity, we now have the MBKM Curator Hayati, can teach for all of students, all of the study program and department in biology in Indonesia. Thank you very much, Pak Kristianto.
You're welcome, Professor. We already have very impressive answer from both speaker, and then that's mean we already arrived in the last time. And for that one, thank you very much for Professor Daryono and Dr. Kanti for your very kind to visiting this event. And we hope next time you still have time for us. And please accept this certificate for appreciation for your time in joining with us. This one for Professor Daryono, and the second one also for Dr. Kanti.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the last time for the first meeting for our program. So time I give to the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. I think I still have question. No, question again.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak atas waktunya.
Thank you very much for your time.
Kepada seluruh partisipan, tibalah kita pada waktu istirahat, yaitu dimulai dari pukul 11.45 sampai 12.45 siang, waktu Indonesia Tengah. Sampai ketemu di agenda plenary session kedua.
To all the participants, we will have a break session which will be start from 11:45 a.m. until 12:45 p.m. GMT plus H time. See you again at the second plenary session. Thank you.
Ya, acara kita habis ya. Hari ini habis kan? Nggak ada paralel ya? Paralel bisa. Oke.
banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai, banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai, banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai, banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai. Empat si empat lima kakak ai diding patah sabila dihigat aja. Empat si empat lima kakak ai tanding sudah kada manyaman nang baju hijau, banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai, banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai, banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai, banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai.
Itu 500.000 untuk apa nih? Oh, untuk liputannya tidak perlu nih. Mereka sudah menyediakan dana sendiri nih. Oh, tidak ada biaya tambahan lain selain yang
Ayuna panana kundan ku tinggal apa?
tapi ya istilahnya anu ya,
Anak kundan
pesan terima kasih aja.
dua kali anak kundan ujarku apa?
Amplopnya.
Kurang
Mungkin yang lainnya perlunya.
beranak
Selamat, sudah sempat selamat. Positifnya lah.
dua
Oh,
kali
gitu.
kundan hujan di gambar, mau hujan di anak kundan anak papuyuh, dua kali anak kundan mengiau
Kalau bikin biasanya 10 orang kan.
mengawinakan anak kundan anak dahulu.
Dari jam 2 sampai jam 6 sore gitu. Oh, dia kan dari pagi dari rumah katanya mau zoomnya. Sampai malam lah. Oh, iya. Sampai malam loh. Oh, iya. Oke, jam 3. masih memungkinkan juga makan malam di sini.
Amas kirana kundan intan sagara Bumbut iurana kundan dicujur angsa Pamaniran mana kundan nepinahara Waniuman jujur anak kundan para pajuang raja duduk bersanding, kambang goyang di ujung galung, amas murni pakaian putri, adat kawin dalam istana. Urayakan mayang nan sakti, umpatakan balarut banyu, adat raja bamandi-mandi. Urayakan mayang nan sakti, umpatakan balarut banyu, adat raja bamandi-mandi. Kambang melati, patayakan di malam arba, kambang goyang di ujung galung, pengantinnya sudah batimu. Waktu raja duduk bersanding, kambang goyang di ujung galung, amas murni pakaian putri, adat kawin dalam istana. Urayakan mayang nan sakti, umpatakan balarut banyu, adat raja bamandi-mandi. Urayakan mayang nan sakti, umpatakan balarut banyu, adat raja bamandi-mandi. Istilah orang mencari rezeki, ada telapas lawan gali. Panas hujan kadang menjadi pepandangan, ada hiram tetap dirasakan. Menanjak batang sambil berami-ramian, akhirnya sampai ke tujuan. Inilah nasib menjadi orang pembatangan, lamun nasib sudah ditentukan, insya Allah ada harapan. Makan di hulu membawa rakit bagandengan, bahanyut matan di udik barito, awal hari baganti minggu, siang dan malam, waktu hari baganti hari. Istilah orang mencari rezeki, ada telapas lawan gali. Panas hujan kadang menjadi pepandangan, ada hiram tetap dirasakan. Menanjak batang sambil berami-ramian, akhirnya sampai ke tujuan. Inilah nasib menjadi orang pembatangan, lamun nasib sudah ditentukan, insya Allah ada harapan, insya Allah ada harapan, insya Allah ada harapan. pian datang ulun sambut lawan mayang ulun hamburi baras si baras kuning kur sumangat di muara lawan. Bulik pangsa tumah lawasnya ulun mahadang pian meninggalkan kampung halaman kapapurunan yuka bulik pangdamini ulun basakit hati pian menangisi kadang sakira diri ulun marisa pian datang ulun sambut lawan mayang ulun hamburi baras si baras kuning kur sumangat di muara lawan. Pian datang ulun sambut lawan mayang ulun hamburi baras si baras kuning kur sumangat di muara lawan kur sumangat di muara lawan kur sumangat di muara empat lima kakak kuriding patah sabila di galauan. Empat lima kakak ku tanding sudah kadamanya menang baju haban banyak sudah nama antar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai banyak sudah nama antar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai banyak sudah orang nang memilih mah bulik bangsa tuman lawasnya ulun mahadang pian meninggalkan kampung halaman kapapurungan yuka bulik pangdamini ulun basakit hati pian nanggung tangisi kadang sakira diri ulun marisa pian datang ulun sambut lawan mayat ulun hamburi baras si baras kuning kur semangat di muhara lawan pian datang ulun sambut lawan mayat ulun hamburi baras si baras kuning kur semangat di muhara lawan kur semangat di muhara lawan kur semangat di muhara Ampat si ampat lima kakaan kuriding bata bata sabila dihigang lawan ampat si ampat lima kakaan ku tanding sudah kada menyaman nang baju habang banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai banyak sudah orang nang memilih baras, si baras kuning kursumangan di muhara lawan. Pian datang ulun sambut lawan mayang ulun hamburi baras, si baras kuning kursumangan di muhara lawan. Yukan bulik tangsa tumang, bulik tangsa tumang, lawasnya ulun mahadang, pian meninggalkan kampung halaman kapapurungan. Yukan bulik pangdamini, bulik pangdamini, ulun basakit hati, pian nang tangisi, kadang sakira diri ulun marisa. Pian datang ulun sambut lawan mayang ulun hamburi baras, si baras kuning kursumangan di muhara lawan. Pian datang ulun sambut lawan mayang ulun hamburi baras, si baras kuning kursumangan di muhara lawan, kursumangan di muhara lawan, kursumangan di muhara lawan. Ampat si ampat lima kakaan kuriding bata, patah sabila dihigang lawan. Ampat si ampat lima kakaan ku tanding sudah, kada menyaman nang baju haban. Banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai. Banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai. Banyak sudah nang maantar tapi salambar-lambar kada bakai. Banyak sudah orang nang memilih judunya kada kalai.
Solusinya bang berarti kayak bapak yang Baiklah, kepada seluruh partisipan, kita kembali lagi dengan agenda plenary session kedua dengan moderator Dr. Hewan Heri Wijayanto MP. Dan kepada Bapak, waktu disilahkan.
Well, for all participants, we back again in the second plenary session. We invite Dr. Heri Wijayanto MP as the moderator. Time is yours.
Good day, everybody, and thank you very much for the organizing committee to inviting me as the moderator and also the speakers for tomorrow. And I hope you all enjoy this conference. Okay, I would like to guide the second plenary session for today. Our honorable speaker, the first one is Professor Ramesh Punrantana. Excuse me, can you hear my voice?
That's very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to introducing Dr. Punrantana. And it looks like we have been met before, Dr. Punrantana. If you maybe include in the some One Health Collaboration Center activities, maybe we have been met before in some meeting or something like that.
Very likely.
Oh yeah, yeah, because I remember your name is very
strange.
No, but it's very easy to remember. Yeah, yeah. Dr. Brantana is have interesting in biodiversity conservations and then also ecology and protected area planting and management, and also he has a lot of publication regarding to the biodiversity and ecology. And the second speakers will be Dr. Matthew, and I would like to read the CV of Dr. Matthew later on. And now for Dr. Punrantana, Oh, okay. Maybe the first stage for Dr. Bonrantana, and we have 45 minutes, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, 45 minutes for your presentations, and then the second presentation from Dr. Matthew also will be the same time. Okay, Dr. Borantana, the stage is yours, please.
Okay, I will share my screen. Hopefully there's no problem. Is it coming on?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
It's clear.
All right, very good. I hope we won't be interrupted because I'm starting to get rains and thunderstorms now in Thailand. We've been having this problem for past many days, so fingers crossed there's no problem. All right, firstly, Sawadee Krap, good afternoon and greetings from Thailand. Firstly, I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk at the second ICWEB. And secondly, I must point out that I'm not a wetland expert. I'm a transdisciplinarian, a conservation practitioner, a troubleshooter, and a matchmaker. This conference has its theme, the Enhancing Education and Research in Tropical Wetland Biodiversity and Conservation for Better Development. That is indeed a very big theme. Nevertheless, a theme I consider valid and justified, considering the current precarious state of the total global environment, where any delay in our actions, or worse, our inactions, will result in a no tomorrow for humanity. Hence, within the context of the conference theme, I will provide some thoughts and ideas on the subject matter. Specifically, I wish to provide inputs to the researchers, grad students, conservation practitioners, and relevant parties as to how you can add value and draw attention to your works. I consider this significant because without adding value and drawing attention to your works, you are unlikely to get much support, whether public support or political commitment or financial and technical assistance. Hence, I'm realigning the conference theme to address the ongoing biodiversity and climate crisis. Now, on to the talk. Okay. I want to start the talk with some background information to benefit the new students in the audience. Although not that easy to see, you can still make out that wetlands are distributed across every continent and country, with the possible exception of Antarctica. Globally, 92.8% of continental wetland area is inland, and only 7.2% is coastal. Regionally, the largest wetland areas are in Asia, followed by North America and Latin America and the Caribbean. So what are wetlands? All right, a wetland is an area of land either covered by water or saturated with groundwater or water from a nearby river or lake or seawater. A wetland is entirely covered by water at least part of the year. Wetlands are transition zones. They have characteristics of both dry land and underwater. Right? The saturation of wetland soil determines the vegetation that surrounds it. So swamps and marshes are typically located in warm climates. However, swamps are found closer to the equator and marshes found further north and south of the tropics. Bogs are more common in colder climates or even the Arctic areas in North America, Europe, and Asia. Right. To put into context what I wish to convey later, and also to provide a setting for this conference, let's talk briefly about the functions and services of wetlands. I'm sure everyone attending this conference already knows about the functions and services of the wetlands, right? But do we know enough about them to enable us to convince governments and public to protect them? Or do we know what we do not know? And why we need to know what we do not know? These questions are essential if we are to convince funding and government agencies and educational institutions to support our studies. And for them to appreciate and act upon our findings. I shall not go through all these functions and services listed here, but I would like to highlight two overarching issues that wetlands play a critical role in addressing, namely the biodiversity crisis and the climate emergency. The ongoing degradation and loss of wetlands can have dire consequences on our well-being through the loss of environmental resilience, therefore diminishing or altogether losing our ability to adapt to or to mitigate the climate crisis. The earlier speakers this morning also highlighted some of the things I mentioned over the past few slides. So I think you can see there is no conflict among scientists with regard to the importance and values of wetlands. Now, let's take a look at the association between wetlands and infectious diseases. Their history of association is long and well documented. Similarly, wetlands management for controlling the disease is also well documented and is the main method of reducing disease risk. Some parasitic diseases associated with wetlands include schistosomiasis, lymphatic filariasis, and malaria. Major concern in these aspects are the increase in artificial wetlands and the destruction of natural ones due to poor land use planning and unsustainable development. I'm highlighting this issue because of our ongoing experience with the COVID-19 pandemic. Unmanaged and uncontrolled human activities can result in emerging wetland-related diseases that can develop into epidemics or pandemics. We all know the impacts and consequences of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, but here I have listed some just to help you visualize the impacts and consequences of emerging diseases. They include loss of lives, loss of incomes, unemployment, food shortages, financial insecurity, financial crisis and global recession, travel restrictions, loss of civil rights, mental health and suicide, and this is just a short list. Hence, without maintaining healthy and intact tropical wetlands and other natural ecosystems to mitigate the climate crisis, therefore, we can expect more epidemics and more pandemics. Let's be honest here. No one in their right mind would want to undergo another pandemic. Moreover, sorry to say, we are still far from fully realizing and overcoming the current pandemic's impacts and consequences. The impacts and consequences of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has given us a glimpse into what the future holds for us, should we not address the climate and biodiversity crisis. In fact, they will be far worse than what we are experiencing now. We could be looking at wars, nations fighting for the critical life-sustaining resources. Hence, protecting remaining wetlands, rehabilitating degraded and restoring lost ones are priority actions that can no longer be delayed. Now, let's take a look at the role of wetlands in mitigating the climate and biodiversity crisis. Over 1 million species of plants and animals resides in wetlands, and a few million more are associated with wetlands. Therefore, the loss of wetlands means loss of biodiversity. Likewise, if we lose the biodiversity associated with wetlands, then not only do we lose the wetlands, we will also lose a significant portion of our life support systems. Biodiversity is the building blocks of ecosystem. It ensures that ecosystems remain intact and function normally. Ecosystems, through their normal functioning, provides us and other biodiversity with essential life-saving services. Do you know that more than 1 billion people are directly dependent on wetlands for their livelihoods? Or that wetlands provide over $47 trillion in essential services annually. But more than that, wetlands and other natural ecosystems are our insurance policy against the impending consequences of the climate and biodiversity crisis. Wetlands mitigate climate change-related floods and droughts. Intact wetlands increase environmental resilience, therefore safeguarding our well-being. Right, give me a second. Now, while on the subject of protecting and conserving the tropical wetlands, I wish to draw your attention to a common issue I've seen across many papers, reports, and action plans. These documents mention threats to the ecosystem and habitats, but they do not provide sufficient details about the threats. It is not enough just to say habitat loss or hunting. If we are going to effectively conserve the wetlands, then we need to identify and understand the type and nature of those threats. For this, I highly recommend using the IUCN CMP Unified Classification of Threats. This classification is a standard and precise lexicon for biodiversity conservation. It is an effective tool for identifying and classifying the immediate threats to biodiversity and habitats. Therefore, correctly identifying the threats can effectively guide the prioritization of threats and conservation responses. Globally, we have 11 major threats, of which 10 are threats to the wetlands. However, it is not good enough to identify the threats to this level. Therefore, one needs to identify the threats as precisely as possible, going to the most detailed sub-threats. Altogether, there are 75 sub-threats. Earlier, we identified agriculture and aquaculture as a major threat. But if you look at the sub-threats, some are threats, some are not. Some are applicable to some wetlands only and not to others. So I hope you understand now why it is crucial to identify the threats correctly. Much efforts and funds would be wasted otherwise. Look around, ask yourself, why haven't we been able to address the threats effectively? This is one reason. So besides being an effective tool for identifying and classifying immediate threats to species and their habitats, it is also useful in terms of comparing the causes and consequences of threats or stress. So basically, people working on this across the globe will be using the same language when they're referring to the threats. It is also important to identify and understand the stresses. Many people mistakenly treat stresses as threats. Stresses are the consequences of those threats, and stresses can both exacerbate existing threats and give rise to new ones. In this example, you see habitat fragmentation as a stress. Habitat fragmentation can cause other stresses, such as ecosystem degradation, inbreeding, species mortality. Habitat fragmentation can also allow humans to access areas they could not before, and poach animals, poach logs, or cause other disturbances. Also, most documents do not indicate the underlying drivers of those threats and stresses. If the drivers of those threats and stresses are not identified and not addressed, then those very threats and stresses are very likely to persist, and worse, they will escalate. Thus, these IUCN CMP classifications also help in identifying and understanding the underlying causes that drive and exacerbate the threats and stresses. This is the only practical and effective way to come up with long-term sustainable mitigation measures. Here on this slide, I give you an example. The red box represents the threats, and the purple box represents stresses as identified by the unified classifications. When we identify these threats correctly, we can effectively guide the prioritization of threats, the prioritization of conservation responses. Also, do note that while some threats such as hunting directly impact biodiversity, agriculture, on the other hand, impacts the biodiversity by putting stress on the ecosystem. Likewise, when we identify those stresses correctly, we can effectively guide the prioritization of stresses and conservation actions. Note, I'm saying conservation responses and conservation actions. Significantly, both threats and stresses can feed into each other. That is, Either they exacerbate existing ones or give rise to new ones. More significantly, however, in addition to identifying the threats, is the need to identify and understand the underlying causes that drive the threats and stresses. In this simplified example, climate crisis, failing crops, poverty, population growth, poor policies, poor governance, market demands, and so on, drive both the threats and stresses. Simultaneously, one driver can drive another or more. Here we have the climate crisis as the underlying cause of failing crops. And failing crops, be it due to climate crisis or other reason, will serve as drivers of poverty. Thus, identifying and understanding the drivers, they can better assist us in developing appropriate mitigation measures. Mitigation measures, or in this case, the conservation actions, comprise avoidance, minimization, rectification, reduction, and lastly, offsetting if all else could not be achieved. Simply put, we need to know the details. Now, over the next several minutes, I will highlight the linkages between tropical wetlands and the UN SDGs. As I mentioned at the very beginning of my talk, having some knowledge of the SDGs and being able to link the SDGs to your research or conservation works will give you the extra leverage to convince decision makers, policy makers, relevant government agencies, funding agencies, and so on to support your work. Tropical wetlands underpin human well-being and livelihoods and is vital to the achievement of the SDGs. To the achievement of SDG 1 on ending poverty, wetlands provide clean and reliable source of water, overcoming shortages during the dry season or drought. Wetlands provide resources and income, particularly for the rural poor. More than 1 billion people depend directly on wetlands for a living. Ecosystem services and other non-marketed goods make up between 50 to 90% of the total source of livelihoods among the rural poor. Biodiversity is a key element of food security and a means of improving nutrition and contributes to the achievement of SDG 2 on zero hunger. Rice grown in wetland paddies is the staple diet of 3.5 billion people. Many vulnerable people depend on food gathered from wetlands. Wetlands also underpins ecosystem functions such as pollination and the maintenance of soil fertility and water quality, which is central to agricultural productivity. Healthy wetlands help mitigate the spread and impact of pollution by both sequestering and eliminating certain types of air, water, and soil pollution. Half of the international tourists seek relaxation in wetland areas, especially coastal zones. The wetlands biodiversity contributes to increased sustainable production of nearby agricultural lands, reducing the need for pesticides and other chemicals, resulting in human health benefits. I do not know how many of you have seen the efforts needed by some marginalized communities to fetch potable water. Access to clean water restores health for families and reduces the amount of time that children, who often help with the chores at home, spend walking and waiting to collect water each day. Clean water gives children a chance to attend school and build a better future. Women play a central role in the provision, management, and safeguarding of water. They also play a vital role in agriculture, nutrition, and the well-being of families and communities. Recognizing women's roles as key land and natural resource managers is central to sustainable development. Moreover, loss of biodiversity and associated ecosystem services can result in gender inequalities. By increasing the time spent by women and children collecting natural and biodiversity resources, such as fuel, food, and water. Almost all of the world's freshwater consumption is directly or indirectly from wetlands. Ecosystems help maintain water supply and quality, and guard against water-related hazards and disasters. For example, wetlands play a role in surface, subsurface, and groundwater storage and reduce the risk of flooding. They also help capture, process, and dilute pollutants. Managing wetlands to maintain these type of services is generally more cost-effective than employing built technologies. Also, managing upstream water sustainably can provide affordable and clean energy. Wetlands underpin many national and global economic activities, including those related to agriculture, forestry, fisheries, aquaculture, energy, tourism, transportation, trade, and so on. Wetlands conservation and sustainable use can lead to higher productivity, more efficient resource use, and long-term viability of resources. Wetlands sustain 3 million jobs, of which 266 million are associated with wetland tourism and travel. That's a large number. Healthy wetlands form a natural buffer against the increasing number of natural disasters. They provide reliable and cost-effective natural infrastructure. For example, coral reefs and mangrove forests protect coasts against flooding that are expected to worsen with climate change. Moreover, healthy wetlands are expected to mitigate the risk of an estimated 5 billion people living with poor access to water by 2050. Urban wetlands play a vital role in making cities safe, resilient, and sustainable. Urban planning that integrates wetlands consideration can contribute to more sustainable, cost-effective, and healthy human settlements. Properly managed wetlands can sustainably support increased water demands. However, current unsustainable consumption and production patterns can undermine the ability of wetlands to provide services for industries and communities that rely upon them. Wetlands represent globally significant carbon stores, and their conservation and sustainable use is a critical element for avoiding disastrous changes to the Earth's atmospheric temperature and climate system. Such ecosystems can serve as natural buffers against climate extremes and other disasters and strengthen adaptation to climate change. Healthy and productive oceans rely on well-functioning coastal and marine wetlands. The conservation and sustainable use of coastal wetlands is a key aspect of sustainable development and ensures that the world's ocean, seas, and marine resources continue to remain vital. 40% of the world's species live and breed in wetlands. The conservation, restoration, and sustainable use of wetlands are essential for sustainable development. Targets under this goal include a call to integrate wetland values into national and local development planning and poverty reduction strategies. Effective management of transboundary wetlands contributes to peace and security. Conflicts over natural resources, environmental degradation, and contamination can lead to social insecurity and violence. Therefore, strengthening community rights over wetlands management, combating illegal exploitation and corruption, and ensuring transparent decision-making on social and environmental issues constitute an important process towards building an inclusive society. Lastly, agencies and institutions need to work in partnership to achieve the SDGs. So here, tropical wetlands researchers and conservation workers have the opportunities to strengthen global partnership on science, technology, and innovation, dissemination of environmentally sound technologies, and for building national capacities. Now I will start touching on aspects that make up the conference theme. Wetlands are identified among the vulnerable ecosystems that require more attention. Yet, there are some gaps that we need to close and issues to address. And these include lack of trained personnel to deliver education and awareness on wetlands, lack of a good understanding of ecosystem functions and services. This is by all parties. School and university curricula that do not include dedicated lessons on wetlands, and the lack of appropriate policies or promotion of policy changes and measures for tropical wetlands. Further on the gaps and issues, despite a large number of research works on tropical wetlands, yet how many such works get published or published in peer-reviewed journals? How many get published in a language accessible to policymakers, journalists, and the public? How many lists of the actions and activities needed? That is the how-to, instead of the same often repeated recommendation. We're tired of listening to the recommendation. We need clear actions and activities spelled out, not to the scientists, but to the outsiders. So what I'm saying here is that we need to humanize science, make science accessible to the non-scientists, but those who will or influence decision-making. So maybe we need to rethink the way we do our education, awareness, and research. That is, we need to carry out more research focusing on ecosystem function and services, on economic valuation of wetlands, on interlinkages with the UN SDGs, on the impacts of biodiversity crisis on wetlands, on the roles of wetlands in addressing biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis, on recovering or rehabilitating tropical wetlands, on enhancing environmental resilience of tropical wetlands, and on wetlands and emerging diseases. All right, with that, I'd like to say thank you. And I hope that my talk has provided you with some ideas as how you can enhance education and research in tropical wetlands while simultaneously addressing the pressing global issues. I wish all a successful conference and a fruitful deliberation. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh Gondrantana. Wonderful presentations, and we got a lot of knowledge how to connecting between the wetland conservations and also the goal of the 17 SDGs. And I think this is the new knowledge for us, how to connecting the SDGs with all of the biodiversity conservation sections. Okay, hold your questions because we still have the second speakers and we will have a special discussion time afterward. And our second speakers is Professor Matthew Heyward from Newcastle University, and he got his doctoral from University of New South Wales, and bachelor degree also from the same university, and he has a lot of experience in how to conserve the many animals and ecology, especially in some special habitat. And I'm sure that we will got a lot of knowledge from him from his presentation today. Okay, Dr. Matthew, or Professor Matthew, can you join with us? Because he said that sometimes he has connection trouble. Dr. Matthew? Oh, can you hear me? Dr. Matthew?
Dr. Matthew presentation will be shared by video.
Oh, okay. So maybe he has trouble with the connections. And okay, you the video you can start by now.
Mulwini, Wemora, g'day, I'm Matt Hayward. Thank you very much for inviting me to give this talk here today. Hopefully you enjoy it. I find it hard to get motivated not being there in person. So I really wish I was there in person. It's got to be much better than a cold winter's morning sitting in my lounge room with my pajamas on, giving a talk to you guys there, having fun and drinking plenty of beers. But today I'm going to talk to you about some of the lessons that I've learnt throughout a long time working in conservation. And those of you who know me will recognise that I'm a pretty simple bloke, and so I actually have to learn and see things done to learn about these processes. So hopefully you enjoy it. Thanks very much. So what I'm going to talk about today is just my history of moving through and learning as a conservation scientist. And I guess I started off with pretty limited interests in the world. I loved cricket, I loved rugby, and I loved animals. So cricket and rugby were fine, but I had a land developer dad, and you can see him pictured up here on the screen. He loved a beer and he loved chopping down trees and building houses on it, on that land. So there was something of a conflict in my youth. I went off to a fancy private school as a kid, and the people there were very supportive of the development side of life as opposed to the environmental side of life. I then went on to uni and got more of an appreciation of the value of the environment and got to hang around with people with a like mind, I guess. But over my career, I guess I've learnt much more by seeing things done and doing things myself rather than by reading about these kind of things in books. So this talk's going to be about my journey through learning about biodiversity and the threats to biodiversity, looking at some of the conservation successes I've seen, and trying to sum up with a couple of suggestions on changes that we need to make. So after I finished high school, and just to illustrate the indoctrination that I'd got to, I worked for my dad as a surveyor's field hand, where my job was to walk through large areas of land with a surveyor and identify where the property boundaries were. And we'd have to put blazes on trees to work out, to show where the boundary was. And I spent a bit of time doing some environmental graffiti by, writing koalas suck on some of these trees, because this is right in the middle of a koala colony, and the development was being delayed because of the potential impacts on koalas, which now I look back on it, were obviously staggering and catastrophic for the species in this area. That development went ahead, but my old man is a rabid right-wing supporter, and at that stage he said to his staff that if anyone voted for the left-leaning Labor Party and they got into government, then he'd have to sack all his staff. So I had a pretty anti-green youth. I went to uni and started meeting some more greenies, but again, my old man was there highlighting the fact that he didn't understand what a science degree was all about. I would have been better doing a trade rather than, and didn't think there was any jobs in science. And I wasn't much of a student. I spent a lot of time down here in the uni bar, although it looks a lot flashier there than what it did in my day. I also spent a lot of time listening to bands on the library lawn, which is great, and probably the most of my time was spent playing cricket at the uni cricket club, alongside some gurus like Dan Christian, Michael Slater, and Jeff Lawson. So this talk's going to be about how I kind of transitioned from this indoctrinated little kid into someone who recognises the threats that are facing biodiversity and who has learnt some ways that we've been successful in ameliorating those threats. Because these kind of graphs were really commonly shown to me when I was at uni, but I didn't really appreciate the scale of things until I got out of uni. The first kind of idea I had of the scale of impact on biodiversity was looking at the grey-headed flying fox, Pteropus polyacephalus, when I did my honours on such an exciting topic, the form and function of chiropteran canine teeth. But what I found there on this graph on the top right-hand side shows the big decline over time of the grey-headed flying foxes, and the primary cause of that was exploitation by people, human-wildlife conflict. Farmers, fruit farmers particularly, didn't like the flying foxes flying into their fruit farms and then eating all their peaches and nectarines and things like that. So they shot them en masse, and so grey-headed flying foxes declined quite substantially over the last 20 years or so. I then left uni and went out into environmental consultancy. And a month after I started, I was sent to Andhra Pradesh in India. And as I landed, my colleagues gave me a form that I had to sign to say that I was an alcoholic, because Andhra Pradesh had just voted to become a dry state. And so as an alcoholic, I was allowed to get alcohol for my month's duration there. And we reversed the ute into the government stores of alcohol and filled up and went on our merry way. But I was there to look at the effect of upgrading all these roads from Hyderabad around the state and looking at the impact, particularly on tigers. So I drove around with Babu, my driver, and in a little 1967 Ambassador car, and we looked at all these roads, and quite clearly there was going to be impacts on tigers if you upgrade a single lane road to a dual carriageway highway, particularly given that it went through national parks. But one of the lowlights, I suppose, of this time was that I spent a lot of time in the toilet, and eventually was taken off to the hospital, where the doctor, after reassuring me that he had qualifications in America and in India, he then drew me a picture of my torso as he palpitated it, and where I said, yes, that hurts there, he said, okay, that's good. He drew a little cross on the medical certificate he gave me, and then said I had dysentery. So as Michael Summers would know, I've never been the same since. But while I was driving through India, we went through Nagarjuna Srisalam Tiger Reserve, and the national highway was going to be upgraded right through the middle of it. So quite clearly there was going to be a major impact, and this was the first time I'd really thought in detail about the effect of habitat fragmentation on wildlife. And essentially this was going to isolate one population of tigers into two, and a whole range of other fauna was going to be affected as well. And habitat fragmentation is one of the major threats to lots of biodiversity species. So yeah, clearly this was a lesson I learned and a major problem for biodiversity. I also had a student looking at the effect of fragmentation on elephants in the borderland region of Tanzania and Kenya, with movements between Amboseli and Tsavo using GPS-collared animals. And you can see on the left-hand side the default situation where current corridors occur between the wetlands of all those national parks. But there's a high degree of human-wildlife conflict in that area. And so there's proposals to create a fence down around the southeastern part of that area. And you can see on the right-hand side the future scenario where that area is now white and the movement patterns there are blocked out completely. And essentially that's moved the problem of human-wildlife conflict into new areas that currently aren't seeing that problem. And so we need to consider that when we're looking at trying to solve problems associated with animal movements and the fragmentation of habitats. But some wildlife can be resilient to fragmentation. So this is the squirrel glider, which is an endangered species in Australia. This is me handling them, and as you can see, they're highly dangerous, very threatening animals, right up there with lions. But we put some GPS collars on them with Ninon Maya and looked at where they went. And you can see here, probably the good news is that despite living adjacent to urban areas, which are shown in these kind of white and grey areas, the gliders are able to move from the bushland into urban areas and across these large roads. So they are marginally able to cope with a small degree of fragmentation within their landscape. Obviously, once it gets too big, then it becomes a major problem. We've also got a project going on now looking at this species, which is the palmer wallaby. It was thought to be extinct in Australia between about 1937 and 1985, when a population was rediscovered in New Zealand, in a Kauai island off the coast of the North Island of New Zealand. And then a degree of interest was raised in the species, and so people did some research and looked for them in Australia and did find them. So a population had hung on, and they're still present all the way. You can see these little blue dots up and down the coast kind of New South Wales, so maybe 1,000 kilometres of coastline up into the Great Dividing Range, which runs along a couple of 100 kilometres inside the coastline of Australia. But in 2019, 2020, we had what we call the Black Summer fires, and these burnt vast areas, 1.8 million hectares of land, which included 57% of the distribution of the palmer wallaby and a couple of other key threatened species that we're looking at. And the fires burnt from early September until March. So there were really long-term and really hot fires that burnt 57% of the distribution of this species. So we're now trying to catch them, trying to find them, camera trap them to see how successful, whether they've persisted. And I guess it's very early days. We've only just got the PhD students up and running on this one, but we've been able to catch a couple, and so far their movements are pretty small scale around the unburned areas, not moving into the burn areas. And we've caught a couple on camera traps too, but numbers seem to be pretty scarce over that very vast area. We've also caught lots of short-eared possums, which are a more rainforest-dependent species here, and they seem to be doing pretty well. Particularly, rainforest didn't tend to burn, or doesn't tend to burn normally, but in these fires, rainforest did burn. But fortunately, some of these short-eared possums have been able to persist. Other threatened species we've caught are the long-nosed potteroo as well, and we're also looking for the red-legged padymelon, but we haven't been able to capture them yet. So fire can affect the quality of habitat, but I think there's also something that I hadn't really recognised until I was working as a conservation manager and went out to a place called Bowra, which is in far western Queensland in Central Australia. And as we were driving through this landscape, we looked out and saw this what seemed to be intact bushland, and it looked like really good quality habitat. We thought, oh, this is wonderful, it's going to be great. We saw lots of rare birds as we drove past. But then when we flew off out of there, I had to leave early, so I flew out. And you can see along the roadside down here, there's a very narrow band of maybe 100 metres of intact vegetation, and then surrounded by completely cleared agricultural land. And so this is kind of the marketing of environmental degradation that I think we kind of miss a lot, particularly in Australia, where we do environmental impact statements, and one of the key issues is visual amenity. And so by allowing environmental degradation to be concealed behind vegetation or mounded hills and things like that, we're concealing to the general public the impact of the scale of degradation that's actually occurred. So I think we should be looking at environmental impact statements to try to highlight or change that process by recognising and illustrating the impact of the devastation that we're causing to the environment. Another project that we're working on at the moment is looking at habitat degradation caused by mining. And so this is a project on frogs led by two PhD students, Sam and Sarah, and a postdoc, Kaya, along with Mike Marnie. And we're looking at Little John's tree frog, which is a pretty small nondescript tree frog, got bright orange legs. But underneath the area that's the prime habitat for this species is coal mining. And the coal mine, the machinery will go through, dig out the coal, and then behind in the gulf, the area subsides. And that causes cracking in the bedrock until you get what were formerly streams being completely dry. And obviously this is key habitat for these threatened species. And so we did market capture estimates of the species to look at what's going on. You can see the bright orange leg pattern in there. And we had control sites, we had mining impact sites down here, and we had areas in national parks where they obviously haven't been mined, and we looked at the impact on those different areas, those different treatments. Ran transects of 100 metres long and then measured them, measured the frogs, put in pit tags, which is bloody terrifying for such a small animal, I reckon, but these froggos are pretty good at it. And then looked at the impact. And so there was many less tadpoles downstream of the impacted streams and in the undermined streams compared to the controls where there hadn't been any subsidence. There was also more adult frogs in those areas as well, in the control sites compared to the undermined sites. And also another impact of the mining is iron flocculant that comes out of the cracks in the streams, in the bedrock, that then flows into the watercourses that do persist after the creek beds have cracked. And within these iron flocculated streams, we get much less tadpole activity. So it seems as though the pollution there is affecting the tadpoles. So downstream of the impacted and undermined streams, the ponds are smaller and shallower, so most of them have cracked. They're much more ephemeral because the water doesn't stay around as long, and they've got less fringing vegetation. So the habitat's shifted until it's no longer suitable for the Little John's tree frog to persist. And again, as I said, the adult frogs have changed, have declined in abundance at these impacted sites. So it's pretty devastating for the frog, but in the genius of Australia's political systems, the government was seriously considering allowing this mine to extend below dams that provided water for Sydney, Greater Sydney. 4 million people live there, and they were going to allow coal mining underneath the dams to ensure that we were already a water-stressed town was going to get much worse. So, yeah, hopefully that won't happen. Historically, I've worked on frogs before too. So this is the green and golden bell frog, and this is a place called Voyager Point. And I was out when I was just into consultancy, just after I got back from India, looking at the tigers. I was there at Voyager Point looking at the impact of green and golden bell frogs. And this is an area that hadn't seen, well, they historically had a population of bell frogs, but when I went there and surveyed with an expert, there were no bell frogs left because there was Gambusia, which is the mosquito fish that tends to eat frog tadpoles pretty readily. It was also after chytrid fungus had gone through. But Gambusia was considered the prime cause of the decline of the green and gold bell frog at Voyager Point. And at that stage, I was an environmental developer, well, consultant, but I was working for a developer, which illustrates the stupidity of the payment system of consultancy, I think. And the consideration was, because that habitat no longer supported green and golden bell frogs, then it was all right to clear the land and create these housing developments on there. Whereas I think a more realistic or fairer solution would have been to say, well, it's not habitat now, but it could easily become habitat if we were able to get rid of the Gambusia fish, and then we could recreate this habitat. So that didn't happen, and one of the reasons why I got out of consultancy, I guess. But green and golden bell frogs have declined all throughout Eastern Australia. They used to be one of the most common frogs along the coast, but now they are very scarce and really only occur on this narrow band along the coast from Victoria up to southern parts of Queensland. But also, now working with green and golden bell frog, what's that, probably 25 years after I did that study on Voyager Point, we can see some really successful outcomes for resurrecting habitat or restoring habitat. And so Mike Marnie and his team at the Uni Newcastle have turned this former industrial wasteland, you can see at the top here, into an area where they've created artificial habitats, shown 1 to 4 here, these different ponds that they were created with BHP, and then they reintroduced a heap of green and golden bell frogs back into those wetlands, and it's been massively successful. There's now estimates of 2,000 bell frogs living there, and they've done some amazing research to look at why these coastal areas are reasonably successful in supporting or allowing bell frogs to survive despite the threat of chytrid always being present. So at the moment in Australia, we're going through an outbreak of chytrid, and there's lots of frogs turning up dead. But turns out Kooragang pretty good, or these coastal wetlands are pretty good, because the sea spray blows in saline-laden water, or water particles, into the wetlands and increases the salinity of them, and that gives the frogs a bit of more tolerance to chytrid fungus and chytridiomycosis than they otherwise would have got, and so they're able to persist much better than they do in areas further away from the coast. And so this is the data. Simon Clulow led this paper, but also with Kaya and Alex Callan, Mike and John Clulow, and just showing that higher concentrations of salt in the water decreases the amount of chytrid zoospores within the water body. So a really important discovery, and something that we can use in Australia to use kind of intermittently opening and closing lagoons, particularly along the coast, to restore threatened frogs too. So this is quite exciting. So consultancy was great for a while. It was good to have some money after uni, but we ended up getting onto some projects that were less palatable, I suppose. The one on the right is the West Seti Dam project, where we were looking at the impact of damming the West City River in Nepal and creating a hydroelectric scheme to feed electricity into Nepal and India. But it was going to flood 2,000 villages and destroy huge amounts of land. So that was pretty ordinary. So good time to get out. But also I spent a fair bit of time looking at sewage treatment plants and upgrading sewage treatment plants, which is obviously good for the environment. But standing around having lunch with the manager of the sewage treatment plant at the inflow site, and while he commentated everything that came into the sewage treatment plant, became fairly unpalatable. So it was time to move on. I then took up a PhD. I was working, I'd been seconded to the Roads Authority in New South Wales, and for some reason I'd fly down on Monday morning, and on Friday afternoon I'd fly back, and it was pretty disjointed life. But I was living in a hotel down there, and my honours supervisor rang me up in this hotel and said, "Look, do you want to do a PhD on the quokka?" And I'd never heard of the quokka, but I said, "Yep, for sure," because I was hating consultancy. So I went across to Western Australia and had since found out that it's the friendliest animal in the world, happiest animal in the world. I'm not convinced of that because I'm still bearing the scars of some of the scratches that they gave me and the bites they gave me. But I moved from Sydney over here down to the southwest of WA to study the quokka. I got to grow an awesome beard and look really tough and macho, but I trapped them for 3 years and put radio collars on them and worked out where they went and worked out what the major threats were. And just the knowledge when we started off was that there was a report of a declining quokkas and a whole range of other fauna in the southwest of WA in the 1930s. And there were carcasses left lying around, and so people weren't sure, didn't think it was predation at that stage because surplus killing hadn't really been discussed and identified. So they were assuming it was some kind of disease, and toxoplasmosis might have been the cause. But yeah, it's hard to tell from historical data. The IUCN listed the species as vulnerable, and the populations lived in kind of these aggregated populations, quite widely dispersed. We did know of a population on Rottnest Island that was thought to vary between 1,000 and 10,000 individuals, and down here on Bald Island there was thought to be between 200 and 600. And there were 10 mainland populations. But the ecology of quokkas that have been extensively studied on Rottnest Island was likely to be very different on the mainland. Rottnest Island is kind of seasonally dry, and so there was quokkas had starved to death over winter because there was no rain, and they couldn't process the food and digest the food well enough. Another interesting fact about the quokka is that it was the second species recorded by Europeans. So Samuel Volkertson recorded it as a rat about as big as a common cat when he ran into Rottnest Island after overshooting his attempt to get to the Dutch East India lands in Java. So this is what we kind of hypothesized what had happened. Prehistorically, quokkas were really abundant, and then in about the 1930s, they declined substantially at about the same time that the fox arrived. In 1994, fox control was initiated in the southwest of WA over large areas, and we assume that the quokka might have increased in abundance as fox abundance declined. So I looked at a 500,000 hectare study region, and I had about 10 sites in that study region. The blue sites are areas that are baited for foxes, and the purpley sites are sites that were unbaited control sites. So we're looking at the impact of fox baiting on the quokka. And this is what a quokka swamp looks like. This is the Chandler Road swamp. So there's a dam up here, which is not necessary for a quokka swamp, but otherwise they're densely vegetated areas along the upper reaches of creek systems and surrounded by jarrah forest habitat, so eucalyptus forest. And once the streams get too big, so it's only really the upper reaches of these creek systems. Once the streams get too big, then the vegetation changes, it becomes much more open, and the quokkas no longer persist there. So it's really only the upper reaches that they can persist in. And I had huge numbers of traps that I took out and baited with apples, and had, after 21,000 trap nights, I was pretty unsuccessful, only caught 0.42 trap success rates. But we were able to estimate the density, and the densities were pretty low. But interestingly, the sites that we used as control sites had only one of those sites had any quokkas on them. The other sites, quokkas had always gone extinct. So previously there were populations known there, but now they had gone extinct. So foxes clearly have a major impact on quokkas. We looked at the movements, and the vast majority of the movements were within the swamp. So this darker grey area is where the swamp vegetation was, and these are the different home range estimators around the side, and the stars indicate where the quokkas were detected when I surveyed for them. So their movements are about 600 metres along the swamp on average and about 100 metres across. So they do a bit of time, spend a bit of time foraging in areas outside the swamps. So this movement pattern suggests that both sexes are able to colonise adjacent patches. They don't go, they're not likely to go down the stream because the vegetation changes too much, but just across the tops of ridges are other habitats that are pretty similar to their existing swamps. So they could easily colonise those. They don't, and we think that's because they're well below carrying capacity. We didn't see any evidence of movements into new habitats, even of juveniles. So the habitat use, they preferred kind of this young habitat, areas that were within 10 years of being burnt. They kind of used the intermediate habitats 10 to 19 years after a fire, about as you'd expect based on their availability in the habitat, but they really avoided these older habitats. And we think that's because in freshly burnt habitat, you get lots of regrowth. Within about a week after a fire, there'll be lots of resprouting of vegetation and green foliage. So there's plenty of food available. It's really only that first week when there's not enough refuge for quokkas, when they become much more susceptible to predation. Then by about 12 years, the swamps reach their floristic peaks, and this is where quokkas kind of reach their peaks, I guess, and will start dropping off after this. And then by the time, 20 years after a fire, it's much more open and predators can get into these areas much more easily. And this mimics the Aboriginal burning patterns of this area. So Aboriginal people were reported going into the areas, lighting fires to the swamps and then spearing the quokkas as they ran out the other side. And the Jarrah forest, when it was managed by Indigenous people, are burnt on average about every 4 years. So the swamps being a bit wetter, probably only burnt every 4 to 8 years. And this kind of corresponds to the peak of quokka abundance in that time. So it's, so quokkas have evolved to cope with Aboriginal burning regimes. When Europeans arrived, we introduced, first of all, a fire suppression plan, and no fires at all were burnt for a long period of time until these massive bushfires occurred in the 60s. And then more recently, we're trying to mimic the Aboriginal historical burning regimes. So quokkas originally, because they lived in these little habitats and kind of little areas of habitat, they acted as a metapopulation. So they could move between those restricted populations, between the swamps quite successfully. But the metapopulation became threatened with the arrival of the fox and the changed fire regime. And so that nowadays the existing metapopulation consists of small populations with excessively large interpatch distances. So there's little potential for the rescue effect. And when I wrote this, my PhD, we hypothesized that regional extinction was imminent as the metapopulation was collapsing. Since then, with increased fox baiting occurring and the fire management mimicking the Aboriginal burning regimes, we've seen many more quokka populations found, and Shannon Dundas did a PhD on the quokkas, on some of those populations that I looked at, and the populations have increased in those ones. So I think we're a bit optimistic for how quokkas are going to go in the future, and it may well be that's a species that we can survive, save. I then moved over to South Africa and got to know some of you guys, but now I'm going to talk about some work we did with Graham Curley in Addo Elephant National Park. So I'm sure you all know this. Addo was an area in the 1920 time when Major Pretorius was brought in by the local community to try to clear the Addo bush of the elephants that were raiding their citrus orchards. He was really successful. He killed 120 odd, but then the local community changed their minds and proposed keeping the elephants and allowing them to persist. So people lobbied for a national park to be created, and in 1931 one was, when there was about 13 elephants left. And this is really the start of a 90-year process of ecosystem restoration that highlights just how successful South Africa has been in conservation. It's a brilliant story, I reckon. Warden Armstrong was the one who eventually was able to retain the elephants inside the park. Previously, they were using cannons and firecrackers to scare the elephants back into the line on the map where the elephants weren't sure, didn't know that that was a national park. But when he fenced the park, there was 11 elephants left. And so that was the start of a really successful conservation. And now the park's set to expand, and you can see, I'm sure you all know this, but over time the park has expanded substantially and proposed to expand more with a marine protected area, with the largest sand dunes in the Southern Hemisphere, with the Big Seven, the largest gannetry in the Southern Hemisphere, Sundays River going through it, magnificent elephant populations in the main camp section, then up into the Zuurberg, and out into the succulent Karoo, where the Darlington section is. So it's a really diverse, 6 of the 7 biomes in South Africa are conserved within Addo, so it's an amazing place. But in 2003, Dave Zimmerman and the other vets from Sandparks and Sandparks managers captured 6 lions from the Kalahari and moved them to Addo. They were all thought to be unrelated. They were captured from widely spaced areas and they were thought to be nomadic, and the females were without cubs. When I got there, Lucius Millman was concerned that, first of all, the lions were eating his buffalo, but also they didn't know how many lions could be sustained in the area. And so Carl van Ulsel had shown in 1985 that there was a relationship between prey biomass and the biomass of lions. And so we thought we could kind of improve this a bit by looking at the preferred prey species. So we found that when we reviewed the diet of lions throughout Africa, they preferred to prey on 5 species.
Ini yang paling berarti selama mama berkarya banyak tahun 8 itu kenapa mama jadi bisa ke dunia ya? Dan mama terserang gini, mama
I heard noise. Dr. Matthew already done? The video of Dr. Matthew? Hello?
Please wait, we have technical problem. We will continue the video.
Okay. Still in trouble?
Apanya? Apa? I'm sorry, we have a technical problem. Please wait.
Okay. I'm sorry, Prof. Matthew. We experiencing the technical problem and your video cannot be finished by now, and maybe we can move to the question and answer sessions. Okay. Okay, everybody, I'm sorry because we are experiencing the technical problem and the video of Professor Matthew cannot be continued. And now we will entering the question and answer sessions. And because Professor Ponrantana presentations only took about 20 minutes, so we have maybe plenty time to use question and answer sessions. Okay, can we start with the discussions? Opi? Okay. The first questions addressed to Professor Ramesh. How to face the challenge of wetland conservation, especially in Thailand? Then the second question from the Akbar Setiawan. In your opinions, how much influence the global climates have on biodiversity, particularly wetland biodiversity? I think the three questions similarly. The third question from Sapta Budiarto. How can we conserve wetlands? I think this is a similar questions, and you can answer all of the questions at once, I think, Professor Ponrantana. Okay, Professor Ponrantana, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Henry. I don't think my talk was 20 minutes. I felt it was like one day. Anyway, I planned it to be shorter than I was given for the purpose that we engage in discussion, because I think the benefit of conferences is more into the discussion, where this is the only chance we get to actually brainstorm and come up with something. A conference that just present papers for me is doesn't carry much weight anymore. But if we can get to have a discussion like this and questions, of course. So let's look at the first question: how to face the challenges of wetland conservation, especially in Thailand. I think I would like to address this across the globe, especially across the tropical region. Why I want to focus on tropical region? Because the tropics have a similar problem. They are all in various stages of developing. Most of the countries in the tropical region are in the various stages of development. Therefore, we face more challenges. All right. Now, this is a very big question, but I think you are jumping too far ahead. The first thing that we all need to do in this in addressing the challenge is to identify what are the challenges, right? And this is a common mistake when we tend to come up with a framework, a national framework or whatever. The framework is not flexible enough, it's not adaptive enough to address the local issue. No two ecosystems are alike, no two wetlands are alike. See, and when we put everything in one single framework, we are not solving the problem correctly, because we are not only looking at an ecosystem. What about the communities that live around there, or use the resources, or the other stakeholders that use the resources or abuse the resources? What about the local government that involve different policies and whatnot? So yes, we can have a template, a template for addressing the challenge, but we need to go into details. And some of this, you can use the same approach as I use for the ICNCMP. Basically, going to the site, looking at the problem. Are we looking at specific species? Are we looking at biodiversity in total? Are we looking at the whole total ecosystem? All right. Now, but anyway, I'll try to address your question in maybe narrow down. So identifying the challenges. What are the challenges? We could be looking from the government's point of view, right? Now, do we have the right people running the show? I think this is a common problem that we have. I mean, we all go through school, right? But then we have the wrong people telling us what to do or making decisions for us. This is one problem. So, but we should not treat it as a problem. Like you said, it's a challenge. So challenges are there for us to overcome. So the way I would approach it is that to identify first, okay, the challenges, but among the challenges, who are the peoples involved, right? Because all our problems, the bottom line, we're dealing with people. Who are the peoples involved? Are the challenges with the local community that do not know how to use the resource. Are the challenges with the local government or with the governmental policies? Once you narrow down to all this, then maybe we can start focusing more on the specific challenges. Is it also the problem with academia? As I mentioned during my presentation, we do science, we do research, we love our work, but our work is not accessible to the decision makers. Our work is not accessible to the policy makers. Our work is not accessible to the people who will highlight our work, that is the media. Our work is not accessible to the local right holders, all right? Because I'm talking about right holders, stakeholders, and shareholders. These are three different groups. We often, in most texts and most talk, we say stakeholders, but we need to identify who are they, right? Because the way we address will be different. So engagement at all levels will be important. Likewise, going back to the academia. So yes, you do your science, but one, you must somehow, because of the crisis we face today, we cannot go about the research in the same way that we did in the past. Research in the past was gathering knowledge and providing that knowledge as foundation for others to carry on. But now scientists have to take up bigger role, or researchers or grad students, I would say, we have to take up bigger role. Do your research, but your research must link to the human well-being. Your research must link to the economy. When you say economy, people will be interested. When you say livelihoods, people will be interested. And you don't have to be an expert in this. But do your work, but you must learn how to link, connect. That's why I say you must learn how to matchmake, just like I was linking to SDG. So maybe there's no correlation. You look for the correlation. You look for the attention, right? Look for the connection, sorry, not attention. At the same time, leaders in the academia, when I say leaders, I'm talking about the presidents, the rectors, vice chancellors, and whatnot. We must be strong in our conviction in the sense that we are an academic institution. Let's say if we're talking about the university, we must allow our professors, our researchers, academic freedom, not be suppressed by government policies that are negative to everyone. So we are failing in that sense. So this is a problem I've seen common in many tropical countries, whereby educational institutions are suppressed by governmental policies, not allowing their professors, researchers to highlight the real issue, or basically burying the issue. These are some of the challenges that we need to face. But again, just to make the response short, there are good people around. There are qualified people around, right? Those people who can contribute to telling us that, okay, when we talk about development, are we developing correctly? All right. The government wants to develop because the focus is always measured in economic development. But do we take the input of the hydrologists for that matter? Or people who are working in wetlands, are you connecting with the hydrologists? Are you connecting with the geologists? No, we tend not to do that because we tend to focus, I'm a wetland person, I will work with wetland people. No, you must go across board. I'm a wetland person, I must talk to the social person, those who do social science. Maybe there's a common ground, and maybe together we can be a more powerful force. All right, we can go more into that question number one if you want to go into the details. But again, I'll try to summarize it. Likewise with the third question, before I go to the second one, I think I would go about in the same approach. Sometimes things happen at the very local level. So you can think of a modified approach, say a local agenda approach, right? You can have a nation, maybe Indonesia or Kalimantan can come up with a Kalimantan-wide biodiversity, wetland framework, conservation framework. And then you include all these things. You identify what actions are needed, what activities. So this way you can synergize the work. You can also synergize seeking funds, seeking support, and you identify who will be the players, who will be the actors, what area will be more priority, because you have to prioritize. You can't spread everything across the board. All right. To question number 2, in your opinion, how much influence do global climate crisis on biodiversity, particularly wetland? I'm not sure whether I understand your question. Are you asking me how much global climate have influence on biodiversity? I think that's what you mean, isn't it? All right. Now, we have to distinguish what do we mean by global climates. Are we talking about the climate change that we have had in the past until now? Or are we talking about the current climate change? Or are we talking about normal changes in the climate? Climate do have influence, definitely. Right? When we talk about climate, even weather has influence. Climate, we're talking about 30 years or more. When we talk about global climate, if we're not talking about the current climate change, global climate has allowed for species to diversify, has made some species gone extinct, have reduced wetlands, have created new wetlands. That's global climate. But it took millions of years for each period of climate change. But if you're talking about the current climate change, then I'm looking at a disaster. I'm very scared, to be honest. And I think most adults here, if you look back at your youth, look back at your preteen days, preteen years, and look at what's happening now, this is very scary, right? I won't call this climate change anymore. That's why in my presentation, I don't use the word climate change. I talk about climate crisis. We are in a crisis. And I talk about climate emergency. You have an accident. Do you wait in line for the doctor and get the ticket to meet the doctor? No, you go to the emergency room. But the way we are behaving now, we're still behaving as if, oh, I'm not feeling well. But we are in an emergency. So this is where I would say we're going to lose biodiversity. And if you remember one of my slides talking about biodiversity being the foundation, you lose biodiversity even to the fungus and microbes that some of our colleagues mentioned earlier. Those are the building blocks. Just like think of the game Jenga. You have, okay, human at the top there, the human well-being. Then you have the ecosystem, the economy, the ecosystem, blah, 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 until you go down to the microbes. You remove the microbe, the Jenga will collapse. That's what's going to happen. And the global agencies that talk about putting a cap of 2 degrees, I'm very worried. 2 degrees is very high. I would say 1.5 maximum. 1.5 increase is the maximum that our Earth can handle. Because already we're seeing now a tropic cascade. We are seeing a tropic cascade, top-down tropic cascade, and bottom-up tropic cascade. So if I understood your question correctly, we have very serious problem. I'm not trying to scare everyone, but I'm telling it as a fact because I've lived my life. I'm going to die anytime now. But when I look at the young faces, the faces of my young students, when I do my lectures, after the lectures, I feel so sad for them. The last 2 years, they've been in their room, learning from Zoom. Imagine 2 years of your youth where they should be partying, enjoying, going sightseeing. They're stuck in their room. Why? Because of the pandemic. I feel guilty. I feel guilty that my generation, my past generation did not do enough. And our current generation are still not doing anything about it. So sorry if I tend to get carried away because I am angry. I'm sad and angry at the same time. We are not doing enough. So I think all of us should find one way or the other in order to conserve the biodiversity. If let's say we are talking about wetland biodiversity or the biodiversity, whatever research you do, connect with others. Connect your research to what matters to the stakeholder, what matters to the right holder, what matters to the shareholder. The government is interested in economic development. Show them, not say show them the data that, okay, we're going to lose biodiversity. They don't care. But show them, okay, this is what's going to happen. And in the process, biodiversity is going to get lost. Hey, your economy is going to get impacted. Show them the dollar sign if they want to see dollars, right? I think should stop there for a while. Otherwise, I can get carried away and speak longer than my own presentation. All right, Pak Henry, I think that's okay, I think.
No. It's fine, Professor Ramesh, because it's very interesting. And just like your statement that don't be delay the actions because we are in crisis. Yeah, I do agree with your statement. And any problem must be analyzed carefully And just like in wildlife conflict mitigations, we have the conflict with the same species, but with the different habitat, the mitigation will be different. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Prof. Ramesh. It's very interesting, but maybe we still have enough time to continue your discussion, Prof. Ramesh. Now we will move to the next question for Professor Matthew. I don't know, Professor Matthew, you can answer directly to our forum or through the chat room because you have a problem with the connections.
Yes, I'm sorry about my connection. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah. Good. Very good, Prof. Matthew. So you can answer directly.
Excellent. Good work in a remote national park here. So roles organisation for conservation. I think both in Australia and elsewhere, it's really a critical thing to do as
Still problem with the connection, Professor Matthew.
To work with all, I think for conservation research now, if you can hear me, so yeah, I think we need to work with different stakeholders and identifying them early on in the research program is really important, and particularly Indigenous stakeholders. So I think framing questions around what will help Indigenous stakeholders is a really important way of identifying the optimal kind of research methods that you can use and research questions that you can pose. But I think all the research
Oh, we lost your voice, Professor Matthew.
Is largely conservation management bodies. So all the research that I do nowadays
We have a problem with the voice, Prof. Matthew.
They have.
Your voice is interrupted.
And then research assessment framework within the government of Australia. All big.
Oh.
So I'm not sure whether you can still hear me. I'm so sorry about my bad reception.
Yeah, your voice is interrupted, Prof. Matthew.
I'm sorry, I'm just out in a remote field site at the moment in the Mile Lakes National Park. So I apologise for this. But I think working out how, the government's now in Australia trying to work out how they can assess how much impact our research has had. And I think that's a really valuable thing now because it means that whenever you do theoretical research, you have to identify how you can convert that research into a changed government policy or an improvement in some kind of management action by a conservation agency, perhaps. So it means all the research Prof. Ramesh said, and then getting your message out there, and one of the ways and what your research and many more people that way. And I think that's important because so much of science occurs in little closed boxes. And so we do our work, we publish in scientific journals, but no one else really reads them. So we need to get our scientific message across much more broadly. I hope you can still hear me. I might pass off to Prof. Ramesh now.
Dr. Harry, you can unmute.
Oh yeah,
this.
sorry. Yeah. Prof Matthew, if you still hear us, maybe you can write down your answers through the chat room, so the participant can read your answer clearly, because actually we lost some of your statement because the technical problems. And now
Okay,
we will
Prof. Harry, no problem.
Okay. We will back to Professor Ramesh. This is also the questions. How is the solutions to anticipate the conflict between human and wild animal? Yeah, it's also very broad, and we have to identify carefully, I think. Okay, please, Prof. Ramesh.
All right. So from my understanding of your question is that what are the ways to anticipate, isn't it? Or is it the solution to solve conflict? So I'll try to address both if because I'm not too sure what you mean by that question. I think first thing is that we should also already start moving away from the concept of human-wildlife conflict, but we should move towards the concept of human-wildlife interface, because interface covers conflict, covers interactions, because there are some places where you have human and wildlife in the same place or close to each other with no conflict. But interfaces can also lead to other issues. We're talking about disease transmission from us or our domestic animals to the wildlife, or wildlife to domestic animals and then to us. Look at all the coronaviruses. Why do we have coronaviruses? Because we have entered their habitat, right? We have entered the habitat directly or indirectly. Directly means we have encroached into the habitat, occupied the habitat. Maybe the habitats disappear, maybe the wildlife disappear. But if they don't disappear, they will also be in our habitat. So for some, maybe scary, we kill them. Some, well, they're just around, we ignore them. But at the same time, they are important vectors for diseases. But who was the cause of the problem? So anyway, we can prevent new ones from happening, but from the current ones that we have to come up with a multi-pronged solution. And I will still go by what we call as a mitigation hierarchy. All right. So I think most of you are familiar with mitigation hierarchy. So in cases where in all cases, we must reduce minimize the interface. Whether you love animals or not, we must minimize. If there is a conflict, say the wildlife consuming the foods and whatnot. So here we have to come up with a system whereby, one, we have to take care of the farmers or the plantation owners if they are legally occupying the lands. If they are legally occupying the land, we must find a way whereby they can benefit from the biodiversity. So if we can show them the connection between that wildlife and the ecosystem services and how the farmers benefit, maybe they will accept the conflict a bit more. So it won't be a conflict. So they can see the benefit. They might lose a few animals or a few cattle or a few crops, but they can see the more value. I'll give you a very simple example. Not far from my university where I'm staying now, there's a small community. And in Thailand, most people like to eat everything also. But this particular community, they put up this big signboard saying the birds are protected. So they're referring to this black wing-tip stork, a big bird. So these storks come around into their rice fields, rice nursery, and trample on the rice. That kills the rice, right? So as a farmer, I wouldn't like the storks to trample on my rice seedlings. But the villagers, the community see that the birds are giving a higher value. We have a problem with invasive species, the apple snails. Apple snails are serious here in Thailand or many parts of Southeast Asia. So these storks giving a free service, removing the invasive species. As you all know, invasive species tend to do very well because there's no natural predators, but the storks are removing them. So when they compare, okay, the amount of snails removed as compared to the rice field, sorry, not rice field, but the rice seedling damage is nothing. I mean, rice field dry ceiling that died is nothing compared to the service the stock gave. So they put up big signboard and they patrol. That's a small example, but we have many more examples. If you look at the wolves of Yellowstone, the loss of the wolf, because the wolves were killing the cattle. Cattle ranchers were upset. They informed the cattle ranchers were poisoning, hunting, and the government did a massive clearance of the wolves. But then what happened after that? Drought, tropic cascade, until they reintroduced the wolves. Now farmers, cattle ranchers, at least most of them, are learning to live with the wolves because they see there's more benefit. Then we can also talk about compensation. So in the case of, again, legal farmers, we can talk about compensation. So we have to compensate because the crops are being damaged by the biodiversity we need to save. So that we're talking about multi-pronged approach. So that's just touching briefly on the solution. There are a number of solutions for this. So again, it goes case by case basis. And then what about human nature? You know, Asians are very friendly people. You go to an Asian home, right, visit your friend, then you're introduced to the moms and dads. The first thing the mom will ask you, sudah makan ke belum? Isn't it? That's typical Asian. We like to feed even a stranger that comes to our house because he or she is a friend of our child or whatever. We always ask, sudah makan ke belum? But we don't stop at humans. That's one of our problems. We feed the monkeys. We feed the deer. Now we are causing problem. That's why I'm saying interface. So the human-wildlife interface will ultimately result to human-wildlife conflict because maybe we transfer diseases to them, they transfer diseases to us, and then we get excited, we get scared, we kill them. Remember the avian flu? Many birds were killed. Birds that don't even belong to us. Like say, there were birds coming from Siberia, transiting in Thailand, going to Indonesia. They were killed because people were scared of the avian flu. Right? Many of these animals are vectors. So look at the COVID-19. People getting rid of their own beloved cats and dogs. This is my cat, this is my dog. We hug them, we kiss them and do whatever. But yet when it came to the COVID, because of fear, animals that we've kept as a pet, as a family member, we got rid of them. That's interface. So and then we start killing maybe more animals because interfaces lead to conflict. So we need to clearly look at all the issues from all angles. We're talking about holistic approach to the problem, right? So the way we're approaching now is just, okay, this is the problem, let's solve this. That's what I mean by conservation responses. Conservation responses is short-term. The mosquito bite me, I apply the balm. That's a response. But there's plenty of mosquitoes in my environment. What would be my action? Maybe sleep in mosquito netting, or maybe make sure the biodiversity in the wetland is normal, is healthy, so that they can get rid of the mosquitoes for me. That's one action. The nature-based solution. Not natural-based solution, I can put chemicals, of course, and I will kill a lot of other biodiversity. So I think we have to be very careful in the way we look at things. Don't oversimplify things. But most people, most agencies, whether government or non-government, we like to go for conservation responses because it's easier, less complicated. You don't have to take too many tablets for your headache. All right. Again, I tend to get carried away. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Ramesh. Yeah. I think we have to invite you to become one of our speakers in One Health Collaboration Center, because you know that we have campaigned the One Health understanding to many people, so they can understand how to connecting between the wildlife and human being, why the interconnections is the most danger area that could be transmitting disease from wildlife to human being, or vice versa. So thank you very much, Prof. Ramesh. It opened our minds how to handle any problems in detail, because many problems will be very different in different located. And I think we have come to the end of our sessions. And before we close the second plenary sessions, I would like to present the certificate for the speakers. One to Professor Dr. Ramesh Bonrantana. Please accept the certificate of the speakers for you. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentations.
My pleasure. I can apply for a new job with this certificate now.
Yeah. And the second certificate will be handed to Professor Matthew Hayward. And please accept, Professor Matthew. Thank you very much for your sharing knowledge how to conserve many wildlife animals regarded with the what can I say, the habitat loss on the fragmentation, fire burning, and so on. Okay, once again, Professor Matthew, thank you very much for your sharing knowledge today. And again, on behalf of the steering committee, thanks again for Professor Ramesh and Professor Matthew. And I apologize if during I guide these plenary sessions make any what can I say, maybe inconvenience matter, and I will give the stage to the steering committee. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih disampaikan kepada Bapak atas waktunya.
Thank you very much for your time.
Agenda yang terakhir pada kegiatan ICWEB hari pertama, yaitu agenda plenary session ketiga dengan moderator Bapak Hasrul Satria Nur, SSI MSI. Dan kepada Bapak, waktu disilahkan.
As the last agenda for today's event is the third plenary session, so we invite Hasrul Satria Nur, SSI MSI, as the moderator. Time is yours.
Please on your mic, sir.
Well, really sorry. It's okay, it's fine. Yeah. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks, Master of Ceremony, for my opportunity to organize on the third plenary session. I believe all the participants here very enjoy moment. So last but not the least agenda for today, because we have third plenary session. On this sessions, we have two keynote speakers. The first speaker is Dr. Daniel Sikuza. Really sorry, Dr. Daniel, if something's mistaken with the spelling, because I'm not familiar with your name, Daniel Sikuza, related to the Spanish, I think. He is an assistant professor in Faculty of Science, University Brunei Darussalam. Regarding this conference, Dr. Daniel takes a presentation entitled "The Mosaic Structure of Wetland Forest Tell Us to See them differently." I think really interested with our today agenda, discuss about the environmentals according to the wetlands. Yeah. So, well, Dr. Daniel, time is yours. I don't have because we have enough time to share on this room. Dr. Daniel, come on, please. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for this great opportunity for me to be an invited speaker of this International Conference on Wetlands and Biodiversity Conservation. And I will share my screen. This one. Share. 1 second now. Can you see us?
Yes, clear enough.
Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yep, exactly. Could you please do this to start your presentation?
Okay. So, wait, huh? Okay. All right. So again, I would like to say thanks to the committee for allowing me to have this presentation at this international conference. And so I would like to say thanks to the director and the dean of Faculty of Science at the University of Lampung Mangkurat. And so today, first of all, as I said, I'm Daniele Shikutsa, and I work at the University of Brunei Darussalam. I'm also curator of the University Botanic Garden, which is called Botanical Research Center. And it's a small botanic garden, is a university botanic garden inside the campus, and it's been inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty. And since then, we have started several projects on education, conservation, and research activity. And I will focus on my research activity here in Brunei and try to expand the interpretation from my research activity into the entire island of Borneo. Here is one of the several maps of vegetation map of Borneo, where we can see that the central part of the island, which has primarily covered by mountainside, and then the lowland, which extend for a great part of the Indonesian Kalimantan, and then a bit of Sarawak and also Sabah. Whereas nearly the entire territory of Brunei is already in the lowland. And so here we can see the different category of the different oh, can you see my?
I'm sorry, Mr. Daniel. Can you reshare your screen?
Reshare?
Yeah, you can stop screen and then try to reshare again.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Where is it? Okay, start again. Oh, that's weird. Okay, 1 second. So this is Zoom. Share the screen. I should share this one. Share.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, now moves. Is it? Do you see the second? Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, sorry. So this is the entrance of the the botanic garden and the greenhouse and the entrance of our living collection. As I mentioned, I will focus on my research activity in Brunei, and then I will expand over the forest and the habitat in Brunei, in Borneo, concentrating on the wetland or wetland forest or wetland habitat. So this is one of many maps of vegetation of Borneo with, cultivation, pristine forest, secondary forest, degraded forest, heat forest, and so on and so forth. And we can generalize in a very global level the island of Borneo between the mountain forest, which is in this case is represented by Kinabalu or all the mountainside which are along the borders between Kalimantan and Sarawak, and which is not the focus of this seminar, but we can focus on the Borneo from a completely different perspective, basically showing and trying to see the island from all the different river basins of the island. So here you can see the different rivers and how they, from the river mouth until what is the influence of each single river in the inland part of the country. So, your university is located in this part of Borneo, and so you have several small rivers. And so yes, again, the same perspective, slightly expanded. Okay, so the rivers basically, what is the function? Well, the condensation of air humidity into the atmosphere, the rain, and then streams, rivers, major rivers, and so they start from the mountain side, the Kalimantan or the other mountain chain within Borneo, and as soon as they arrive in the lowland, they are influencing the vegetation in two different aspects. Let's say I'm generalizing quite broadly, but in one side, the rivers in the flat part of the island of Borneo, they influence strongly the peat swamp forest with the water table inside the peat swamp forest, which is obviously related with the river activity, which is always in the proximity of most of the peat swamp forest. So this is one section of a pristine peat swamp forest in Brunei Darussalam. You can see the tall trees here, and this is the buffered zone, degraded area which was burned some time ago, and now the regrowth is basically interrupted by this thick layer of ferns and sedges, which are stopping basically the possibility of seeds coming from the dipterocarps and other plants from the forest to germinate, to reach the ground and germinate and expand the regeneration of the forest. Inside the peat swamp, one of the most common and one of the most easy species to recognize, at least at the herbaceous level, are the Nepenthes bicalcarata, one of the indicative species for the peat swamp forest in Brunei. So we have the peat swamp forests, which are heavily influenced by the river activity. So the river basin that we have seen in the previous slides, and then we have the river itself. So the vegetation on both sides of the river. So the plants that grows along the river are defined, categorized into different terms. The rheophytic species are basically the plants that they really grow close to the water, and they are regularly flooded as soon as you have an increase of the water or the water level, or you have a flash flood, for example. So all these species, they have particular leaves characters. So the leaves are always entire, the margin is entire, and so as soon as the water flow, the species get the least amount of damage by the action of the water. And those species are defined, are categorized as rheophytic species. Whereas all the other species that are they grow on both sides of the river, they're called the riparian species, so species along the riparian area. We know that, you know, all of you have experience to go along a river, and as soon as you cross, as soon as you walk beside or inside a river, you know that the temperature is quite hot, the humidity is extremely high, and the light availability, it's often low, so it's quite dark, at least in the small stream, not in the large river, obviously. And so these three characteristics, and soil is always extremely rich in nutrients along the rivers. So all these factors, a good soil, a constant temperature, a low light availability, and a high humidity, high and constant humidity, allows to have a specific species diversity, a specific flora, and also a specific fauna, animals, that they live particularly in those habitats, and many of them are extremely unique of these habitats. This is an example of here in Brunei, where we discovered this fantastic river, which a stream, actually, it's not very big, but you can see these massive ferns. This is a fern. I'm a fern expert, so that's why I'm focusing on ferns. And this fern is very rare in Brunei, whereas along this river is exceptionally frequent, abundant, and also a very tall, large and massive individuals. Okay. So we all know that ferns are common in humid habitats. However, there are species that are also common in dry, open sites, as well as the epiphytic species. Good. The point is, do we know the fern richness in Borneo? So this is now, I'm trying to use the fern taxa as an example for understanding the importance of humid habitats. And so do we know it? Well, let's start from the fern flora of Brunei Darussalam, which is the checklist that I'm compiling is now nearly finished. So in Brunei, yes, in Brunei, we have 223 species, 74 genera, 24 families. These are the distribution, basically the GPS position of all the herbarium vouchers which are deposited at the Brunei herbarium. So as you can see, there are a large part of the country which has not been explored at all. But still, considering that we are a tiny country, and considering that most of the country is in the lowland, we have an exceptionally high number of fern species. This is a general graph showing the classical 2 or 3 families which are always the most diverse. So Polypodiaceae and Hymenophyllum and Pteridacea, that is not very crucial, but let's have a perspective, as most of you are watching this presentation from Kalimantan, from Indonesia. Okay, what about our knowledge of fern species in Borneo? Well, if we consider all the GBIF data, basically all the online available data based on international herbaria, the number of family in Borneo is 37 family, under 59 genera, and over 1,000 species. And I will skip it. So obviously in Borneo we have obviously more family and more genera than Brunei. That doesn't make any surprise, but this is what is important to know. These are all the dots from all the georeference position, to be clear. So basically every locality where the species was collected, processed in the herbarium, implemented into the database, and then shared with the international community. And here we can see all the dots from Sarawak, Brunei, Sabah, and Kalimantan. If we do elaborate a bit better all these dots, we can get the diversity, the richness, of species in the island of Borneo. So green means that we have between 1 and 74 species, and higher and towards the green, light green, yellow, orange, and red, we have higher number of species. So the highest number of species is basically around Mulu area, because obviously it's a limestone structure, which is an exceptional geological formation for Borneo. You know, it's very common in peninsular Malaysia, but is quite rare in the Borneo Island, and obviously is very high in Kinabalu. I have to say that, you know, this one is very high simply because it has been properly studied. I would be also surprised to see red, to see red squares here as soon as we have scientists able to go here and to collect species. Doesn't mean that here is poor in terms of species. Here means that very few people have been here. The tragedy of this graph is that all the white area, it means that we have no collection. So this part of Kalimantan, this part of Kalimantan, this part of Kalimantan, we virtually know nothing. And this is valid for species, this is valid for genus, and this is valid for families. As you can see, we have the same pattern basically. We can see that there is a higher diversity in family level. This red is basically one expedition was done by Indonesian scientists at the border between Sarawak and Kalimantan. Again, this is Mulu and others. So if we observe the same map of Borneo from the diversity perspective, which basically relate the number of species versus the evenness, we have a similar pattern for species, genus, and family. So we can see that, you know, at least for what we know, we do have high diversity even in the lowland of Kalimantan, and obviously in Sabah and Sarawak, where we know more information. But even despite the little amount of knowledge that we have from collection in Kalimantan, we can observe that there is an incredible diversity of fern species in Borneo. Now, I mean, most of you are biologists, conservationists, probably some policymaker. I hope there will be some politician here attending this seminar. But, you know, we always say, oh, Borneo is extremely rich in biodiversity. Borneo is extremely rich in ferns or dipterocarps or snails or mammals. So we have seen a fantastic slides this morning by Professor Budi showing that Indonesia is the first country in terms of reef. And there is can you move the microphone, please? Thank you. And so, Borneo is rich, but what does it mean, rich? Okay, then this is an exercise that I have done and I hope to publish soon. Borneo as an unit entity is over 700,000 kilometers square. The highest mountain is Kinabalu, and we have several major river systems. Fine, we know it. And but let's compare it with South America, and particularly with Brazil. I'm comparing with Brazil because based on my data set of fern diversity in Borneo, Brazil is one of the few countries in South America where they do have a complete checklist of fern species of Brazil, whereas in Borneo, we still don't have a complete checklist. We have a preliminary checklist not yet published. And but Brazil is 8 million square kilometers, and it has the largest river basin in the world, the Amazonian basin. Most of the country is basically lowland. Only 0.5% is above 1,200 meters, basically the Andes here. And is the same climate, more or less, as we have in Borneo, hyper-humid tropical climate. So Brazil is 11 times larger than Borneo. Okay, so Borneo as a single island, it's 11 times smaller than Brazil. And we know that Amazonia is extremely rich. There is always this debate about the Amazonia is rich in biodiversity, which is true. But let's see the numbers. So let's compare the number of fern species in Borneo and the numbers of fern species in Brazil. Here we are. And as you can see, Borneo is blue and Brazil is light brown. Well, don't read the number, don't read the names of the different families, but what you need to look at is that Borneo is constantly higher in terms of number of species than Brazil, except with some species, some family, Aspleniaceae and Talipteridaceae. But on the other hand, we do have an exceptionally higher diversity, even though we are 11 times smaller than Brazil. So all our diversity, all our species are concentrated in such a smaller area compared to the large tropical forest of Amazonia. This is the same, basically. Instead of species, we are assessing the genera, and the pattern is basically the same. Different numbers, but the story is the same. We have an exceptionally rich diversity in ferns. So the question is, where is all this diversity? Where is it? And how we can protect it? And how this diversity is related with wetlands? And now I want to present you two or three examples related with my research activity. So some of these projects, actually no, most of this data has not even yet published, and I will publish. We are in the process to publish them, basically. So historically, okay, the fern diversity has been always related with elevation. Higher you go up in the mountain, more and more species you see. This has been documented. This is the only paper available for Borneo. Can you believe it? That there's only one paper published on the number of species of ferns along the altitudinal gradient, obviously again on the Kinabalu, telling us that at 1,500 meters, we have more than 300 species of ferns on top of the Kinabalu. At top, it's not at the top, probably here. 1,002, 1,003, 1,004, basically at the entrance of the Kinabalu National Park. As soon as you go higher up on the top of the Kinabalu, the number of species obviously decrease because it's getting cold and so on. Fine, but this is not the point. What about water habitat? Sorry, forget. Why there are so many species? Because as soon as you go up, you have a constant humidity, and ferns they don't have flowers. They are very sensitive to humidity. So as soon as you have sunlight and wind, most of the species, they suffer and they cannot survive. Whereas on mountainside, you have a perfect condition for them to be to increase the number of species, to have an evolutionary speciation, and have more and more species in mountain sites. This is one few example of Kinabalu National Park mountain forest. So how this diversity is distributed in water-related habitats? And okay, let's go back to the peat swamp, which are obviously an interesting, the core question of this presentation. Surprisingly, not many studies of ferns have been done in the peat swamp, because we know that peat swamp is not a friendly habitat. I mean, it's difficult to go and to work in the peat swamp. And this is one of my ongoing project, where you can see the blue one are the mixed dipterocarp forest, basically the typical forest of Borneo. The green one is the Keranga, the heath forest, and the yellow one are the peat swamp. So the peat swamp are related with sand. This is the soil property. So higher is the concentration of sand and more ferns you have, obviously until a certain level. And why those? Because obviously the peat swamp are close to the river, and obviously the river is able to bring into the peat swamp higher concentration of sand due to the nutrients and eroded material that they are bringing from the mountain down to the lowland, and then eventually to the sea. Part of these sediments are interrupted by the peat swamp forest, where the forest grows on top of it, create this massive layer of organic matter, where most of these endemic unique species adapted to the tropical wetlands are specialized on. In fact, in Brunei, we found that most of the fern species collected in the peat swamp are unique for the peat swamp forest. We just discovered also a new fern species right behind here. So peat swamp, they have a particular species composition, and obviously the peat swamp are one part of the forest of Borneo. So here the peat swamp is this dark green, so basically this one, whereas obviously the highest diversity of ferns is in the mixed dipterocarp, whereas the peat swamp, they do have a second highest diversity, followed by the Keranga forest that we know that are relatively poor in terms of species diversity. Fine. So we know that peat swamp, they do have unique species composition. The species composition are related with some soil traits, which is also important, and they are the second richest forest type in Brunei, but I will generalize easily for the entire Borneo, second after the mixed dipterocarp forest. Obviously, the mixed dipterocarp forest, they have a more heterogeneous type of forest. But another important species, habitat related with water, is basically the river itself. As I mentioned before, the rheophytic species, the riparian species. And this is a site in Brunei which I'm studying relatively well. And it's a river where we have assessed the species, the fern species diversity in this river. So I just want to mention 3 species, the Christensennia scudifolia, Macroglossum, and Cystodium. Those species are extremely archaic, and this species grows only along rivers. This one, as I mentioned before, it grows rare, is very rare in Brunei, and in this site is exceptionally high. Cystodium sorbifolium is an interesting story to mention. I still have some time, so I can present the story of this beautiful fern. This fern is endemic to Borneo, which means it occurs today, 2021, occurs only in Borneo. If you go to Philippines, Sulawesi, Java, you don't see them. And in Borneo, it occurs only in the lowland, and it occurs only along rivers, only where you have a constant humidity, a constant temperature, a low light intensity, and a good soil property. However, this species, the same species, Cystodium sorbifolium, has been recorded as a fossil in Myanmar, in modern Myanmar, which means from fossil sites, which is Cretaceous period, which means that millions of years ago, this species was covering an habitat which ran from Myanmar and probably south, at least until Borneo. And whereas today, because the climate has changed, Myanmar is drier than used to be, and this species has basically shrinked only in Borneo. Okay, and all this diversity is concentrated in a very, very tiny area of Borneo, basically along rivers. This goes back to the question of comparison between Borneo and Brazil. Borneo is smaller than Brazil, but has a higher diversity of fern species compared with Brazil. And all this fern diversity is concentrated in very unique habitat. And in this case, the species is concentrated into tiny river system, which are, you know, the vascular system of the entire island of Borneo. This is an example how was Southeast Asia around 20-30 million years ago. So the Indochina and Peninsula, Malaysia and Sumatra and Java, they were connected. Basically, the sea level was lower and there was land. You could walk from Kuala Lumpur to Kuching, or from Java to Borneo, to Kalimantan, on land. Okay, eventually the water increased the level, and then all this territory became divided and isolated as we have today the archipelago of Southeast Asia. So at that time, the Cystodium sorbifolium, it was basically stretching from Borneo, from Brunei, to Myanmar and probably Sumatra as well. Whereas today, this species has shrinked due to several geological factors, concentrating all the diversity of ferns. And I presume if you use other taxa, for example, frogs, for example, lizard, you may get a similar pattern. I'm studying ferns, I'm presenting you the results from a fern taxa diversity. So in this way, ferns are an important indicator to assess the biodiversity and the forest site, and also for forest degradation. And the riverside, because they have these archaic ferns, so this is an archaic ferns, the Microglossum smithii is an archaic fern. The other three species that I mentioned before, they are very ancient. They are very, very ancient, and they are confined within the rivers. So in the previous presentation, we mentioned, the interaction. If you want to preserve diversity, we need to interact with local community. And we know that every local community has a strong bond with local rivers. So if we are engaging with local community and presenting that, along the rivers, it's important to get material and products from the river, but it's also important to share the knowledge that the rivers are kind of a museum where you go inside, and then you have species which are 20, 30, 50, 200 million years, and they're still there despite the Southeast Asian habitat has changed over millions of years. To conclude, back to the diversity of ferns in Borneo, we definitely need to increase our knowledge on species diversity in Borneo. The fact that we have so much wide area in Kalimantan, it means that we have very little knowledge. Species have been lost, and we had no idea how many have been lost, because obviously the lowland forest has been converted, and that's it. And so we do have to increase our knowledge in order to get this map, better defined map, and to allow us with this map to have a better conservation program. And obviously, I moved to Brunei to be closer to the habitat that I'm studying, but definitely we need to streamline the process of international collaboration. I'm glad that this morning the presentation from Libby mentioned that this continuous expedition in different parts of Indonesia, and I would like to be involved in the future expedition as well. And so wetlands, or at least the habitat that are related with water, so peatland forest and river system as a unit, they are extremely important in terms of species diversity, but not just species diversity in number of species, but also in quality of species. Species that have been around for millions of years, and now they're confined, they are restricted only along rivers. Therefore, if we do protect the river system, and if we bond the river ecology and the river habitat with the local community, telling them that if you protect the river, you can protect a larger biodiversity, then will be a win-win project. And last but not the least, exactly, we do preserve not only the species, but the genetic diversity, and with all the possible drug discovery that all these species they may have it. Don't forget that at least in Brunei, but probably in Brunei, there are the local community, they do eat between 7 to 10 different species of ferns. I presume if we do an assessment for ferns in the entire Kalimantan and Sarawak and Sabah, the number of species the local community do eat, do collect from the forest, and do eat every day as a vegetable, as a sayur, the number of species is definitely higher. In order to do so, I'm asking, how do we increase the collaboration between Brunei Darussalam, myself as an expert of ferns, and Indonesia, because this conference is held in Indonesia? Well, in 2019, we organized the Flora Malaysiana Symposium. Probably some of you is familiar with, or probably some of you was in this fantastic picture where we had over 300 participants. The next Flora Malaysiana in 2022 is supposed to be in Manohari. Finger crossed, we have no idea if we have to do online or in presence. And in the this year, I also presented 5 days, 4 days. 4 days of workshop on fern taxonomy and identification. And therefore, I was, in order to increase the collaboration between Brunei and the different university in Kalimantan and perhaps with LIPI in Java, we can run the similar workshop online, and in order to increase the capacity building of the fantastic, I know many of them, many of the experts, fern experts, which are based in LIPI, but we can develop an online workshop in order to share the knowledge and perhaps develop a next generation of fern experts that can finally fill all the gaps that we have in terms of species diversity, particularly in Kalimantan, where we definitely need to cover the gap. We need to have more data from the field. And I think with this one, I have concluded my presentation, and terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih kembali Dr. Daniel Sikuza in Indonesian languages. Well, really nice, Dr. Daniel, the information of the short of diversity vegetation on the cases wetland forest, especially in Brunei. Therefore, I believe it's some question from the participant addressing you at the Q&A answer session. So we have 3 minutes to continue the second speakers. So automatically, Professor Toshio Subota is existing on our room. So I would like to continue on these sessions. Well, let's continue to the second speakers by Toshio Subota. He is a professor in Graduate School of Veterinary Medicine, Hokkaido University. Today conference, Professor Subota is bringing a presentation entitled One Health Approach Disease Ecology in Hokkaido Wildlife. Thus, the time is your professor. Thank you.
Thank you for my introduction. It's my pleasure and honor to have my presentation in such a great conference here. I appreciate the organizing committee members for inviting me, especially Dr. Annie Nurani, who was staying in Obihiro, Japan, for her PhD course. So today, I'm speaking from Hokkaido. It's chilly today in Hokkaido, so I'm using the stove today. Temperature is about 10 degrees centigrade. It's very different from Indonesia. So I can share my PowerPoint file. Can you share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today I'm talking about One Health approach, disease ecology in Hokkaido wildlife. I believe you are imaging the Hokkaido. Hokkaido is the most northern part of Japan. And yes. So first of all, I'm introducing Hokkaido wildlife by using some photos, which was taken by me. So the first is brown bears. This is my target species to study ecology and physiology. You know, bear is hibernating in the winter season, so they have the unique physiology for hibernation, and also very unique ecology with brown bears, because even they are carnivore, they are eating grasses and nuts and fruits mainly. So about 90% of food is from plants, even they are carnivore. So that is very unique ecology. But unfortunately today, the time is limiting, so I can not introduce the ecology and the physiology of bears. But this is my favorite mammals in Hokkaido. So this is family brown bears, mother bears, and 2 youngs. So recently we have program with brown bears, especially in town area, even in Sapporo City. This summer, brown bears intrude to Sapporo City, and 4 people get attacked by brown bears and they are injured. So that is a very serious conflict between human and brown bears in Hokkaido. So the one reason is increasing of population of brown bears and enlarge the distribution of brown bears so far. About 5,000 to 6,000 population of brown bears in Hokkaido so far. Next is cicada. That is also a problem in Hokkaido. They are overpopulation, about 500 to 600,000 population in Hokkaido. So we should reduce the population number, and local government pushed hunter to harvest more deer so far. The target purpose is reducing to half of population in 10 or 15 years. That is local government policy now. Next is red fox. This is a very nice mammal, but unfortunately they have also problem with infectious diseases. You know, red fox has echinococcuses. So sometimes human being get infection of echinococcuses from red fox. Every year we have 15 to 20 new patients in Hokkaido. Sometimes people are died due to the echinococcuses. Regarding the echinococcuses in red fox, about 40% is prevalence for echinococcuses in red fox in Hokkaido. Even in our campus, Hokkaido University, we have one family of red foxes. Previously, the family of red fox were positive for echinococcuses, but recently we gave the bait, including the drug. So now it's clean. All of fox are negative for echinococcuses so far in Hokkaido University campus. Next is red squirrel. they don't have any conflict between human being and the animals, and just cute animal. We have also chipmunks in Hokkaido. Chipmunks have hibernation every winter, but this species, red squirrel, never hibernate. That is very different between two species. Next is marine mammals. We have a lot of marine mammals in coastal area of Hokkaido. This is a harbor seal. They are landing. You know, for reproduction, they are landing in May to June every year. And previously, about I think 40 to 50 years ago, they are facing for crisis of extinction, about 200, only 200 population. But now they are increasing the population. But we have another problem with harbor seal. They are giving the damage to the fishery. So every year they are getting into the net of the salmon traps. So fishermen angry to the harbor seal damage to the salmon. So government decide we should reduce the population numbers. Every year about 100 harbor seal is killed as nuisance control. So next marine mammal is whale. This is a sperm whale. We have a lot of whale, including sperm whale and killer whale. So in summer season, if you are going to coastal area in Hokkaido, so you can see several kind of whale like this. So this is just time for how can I say, going into the ocean area. Another marine mammal is a dolphin. This is a white-sided dolphin. 1,000 and 10,000 dolphin is coming to coastal area in Hokkaido every year. So this is a sea otter. You can see this species in east part of Hokkaido. Last year, I saw this species for the first time because I start enjoying the sea kayak. So this summer, I went to East Hokkaido for the sea kayak, and then I saw these animals in there, and I got this photo. And large bird we have in Hokkaido. This is one species of large bird, white-tailed eagle. Another eagle is a stellar sea eagle. So both species are coming to Hokkaido in winter season for wintering. But you know, previously we had the problem with this large eagle chemical pollution. Can you imagine that? That is lead poisoning. As I mentioned, in Hokkaido, we have a lot of cicada, so hunters kill the deer by shooting. So previously, hunters used the lead bullet or lead ammunition. So once hunters left the carcasses of the deer, so this kind of eagles come to died cicada to consume the meat. So they consume the fragment of red billet together with the meat. So about 20 to 30 years ago, a lot of sea eagle died due to the lead poisoning. But recently, local government, Hokkaido local government, regulate not to use the lead billet or lead ammunition. So recently, the lead poisoning is reducing, declining. But still, we have a few cases of lead poisoning with Stella seagull and previous white-tailed eagle. So that is wildlife in Hokkaido. I think that is very different between Hokkaido and Indonesia. So different fauna and different flora in Hokkaido. So today I cannot speak the tropical wetland studies, but I hope my talk will be useful for you to consider the conservation or management for the wildlife in Indonesia. So next topic is One Health approach, including conservation of biodiversity, conservation medicine, and disease ecology. Particularly, I will introduce our studies, our recent studies of disease ecology later. Before that, I can explain the current situation of biodiversity on the Earth. Each circle means each individual of wildlife. So they have interaction or relationship each other within the species or among species. So they have they make the biodiversity. But unfortunately, in many areas, the biodiversity is not good quality. It's poor quality due to the overhunting, habitat exploitation, and impact by environmental changes. That is a human being activity. So unfortunately, the biodiversity is losing so far. In Japan, we don't have any poaching and overhunting, but previously we had. And also we had a lot of habitat exploitation to make the farm or road or trail. Nowadays, it's not so bad, but previously we had. But recently we have the impact by environmental changes, including climate change or chemical pollution. That is another serious problem for wildlife or biodiversity. On the other hand, wildlife plays important role for the circulation of pathogens. Especially zoonotic diseases come from wildlife. But the wildlife coexist with microbiome, including pathogens, and they never show the symptom of diseases. But once a human being or domestic animals exposed to the pathogens, we show the symptom disease. Sometimes it's getting died. So that is serious case. That is emerging infectious disease or re-emerging infectious diseases. So recently, of course, COVID-19 is also emerging infectious disease. rabies and influenza or classic swine fever in Asian countries. All of them are emerging infectious diseases that is come from wildlife. So our goal is conservation of biodiversity. To do, we should conserve the nature, including diverse living things, and we should conserve 3 levels, such as genetic, species, and ecosystem. Actual number of existing species on the Earth is 1.4 million. So, firstly, ecosystem level conservation. This photo is a very good example to make story for conserve ecosystem. Can you image that? Of course, this is a photo of brown bears and salmon. So bears catch a salmon on the riverside. So this means the bear and the salmon plays an interface role to connect between ocean ecosystem and forest ecosystem. Of course, salmon come from ocean area after migrating for 2 or 3 years after they are born in riverside, and they are coming back to the original river and should be caught by brown bears or other wildlife. In the case of brown bears consume the meat of salmon in the forest area after they are carry the salmon to forest area to avoid the interrupting by other brown bears. So, but they never consume all of carcasses of the salmon, so they should leave the fragment of the meat. So meat include the nitrogen or carbon that is come from ocean areas. So actually, researchers found the plants or woods utilize the carbon and nitrogen which are coming from ocean area after bears leave the carcass of the salmon in forest area. So that means bears plays an important role to make the forest by using the ocean nitrogen. So this is one of the story to show the ecosystem conservation. Next is the species level conservation. As you know, a lot of mammalian species are facing for the crisis of extinction. The example is a giant panda that is very serious, about 2,000 individuals in China area. But recently, China and other countries try to conserve the giant panda in captive condition. So in the future, I think they should reintroduce the captive giant panda to wilderness. I hope so. And another example is leopard cat in Japan. Only 110, 120 individuals is left in Japan. So this species, actually this subspecies almost extincted in Japan now. We need to make a plan for conservation this species. So far, government, Ministry of Environment make a plan to increase the number of population in captive condition by using the zoo and some facilities. So far, it's increasing under the captive condition. I hope in 10 years, some of them should be reintroduced to nature area in Japan. So finally, genetic level conservation. This is an example of Japanese black bears case in Japan. In Honshu and Shikoku Island, we have Japanese black bears. It's not the brown bears, that is smaller than brown bears. Previously, Dr. Onishi, who is a biologist of the bears, found 3 kinds of genetic population is existing in Japan, Honshu area and Shikoku Island. So as you see, we have the large population in eastern part, that is the eastern population, that is stable. And second largest population is western population. It's also stable so far, but unfortunately, southern population, southern genetic population is decreasing, especially in Shikoku Island. We have only 15 to 20 individual of Japanese black bears, so almost extincted. But unfortunately, government is not concerned with this population because we have a lot of Japanese black bears in Honshu Island. But genetically, this is a very serious problem for to face the extinction with southern genetic population. So we need to make a plan to conserve these genetic groups in Japan. So we have two kind of approach for the conservation. One is conservation medicine. That is our field, veterinary medicine or medicine. But another approach is conservation ecology. So we should collaborate each other to accomplish the conservation of wildlife. So our field is conservation medicine, including physiology, captive breeding, genetics for captivity, infectious disease, and chemical pollution. On the other hand, from conservation ecology, ecology, population dynamics, genetics for wild, epidemiology, and environmental impact, that is their strong field. And in addition to approach wildlife management and strategy for coexisting of human and wildlife, so finally, we can accomplish the conservation of wildlife. So we should make a good collaboration with each other. So the concept of the conservation medicine is very similar to the concept of One Health. This is the conservation medicine text, which are published in United States in 2000. The first page shows the concept of the conservation medicine or One Health. As you know, human health, animal health, and ecosystem health should be combined to consider the health together. So that is the One Health concept. Okay. So let's move on to disease ecology issues. As you know, in nature, predator and prey relation we have. For example, fox and rodents, predator-prey relation. And in Hokkaido, brown bears and cicada are the relation between predator and prey. In addition to these ecological relations, we should consider the parasite and microbe. That is also ecological components. So we can think the whole comprehensive ecology, including host, vector, and microbe. So that is a disease ecology issues. So finally, we can know the risk of disease in human being from the findings of disease ecology in nature. So disease ecology is an evolutionary process of host vector pathogen communication in the wild. That is a new field in ecology. Recently, we are approaching this kind of field in my laboratory to wildlife. So for example, I take the Borrelia species that is causes Lyme disease and relapsing fever. So that is a model of disease ecology in Hokkaido wildlife. So first, at the time of starting these studies, I consider which animals are host species. Previously, regarding the Borrelia species, rodents are a main host. And sometimes deer is a second host. So we should know which animals are host species. And second, I'm wondering if dilution effect is occurring to reduce the prevalence by the good quality of biodiversity. So in the case of high diversity, finally the prevalence is low, should be low. But if the diversity is poor, the prevalence should be higher than this case, because dilution effect should be efficient to the good quality of biodiversity in nature. So to know, we started this study. So we studied the Lyme disease in United States and the European countries. The pathogen is the Borrelia burgdorferi, senstrato. But in Japan, we have another two kinds of Borrelia species, Borrelia garani and Borrelia afzeli. And this pathogen should be transmitted by Ixodes species, that is a hard ticks. In Japan, mainly Ixodes passercatus is the vectors. And the ticks have the, how can I say, the age stage with the larva, nymph, and adult. And in the case of Lyme disease, no vertical transmission occurs. So we sample in two sites, eastern part, Hokkaido, and central part of Hokkaido. And we target the rodents because previous studies show the rodent is a main host for the Borrelia pathogen. So we found 4 kinds of Borrelia in Hokkaido, or as I mentioned, Borrelia garani and Borrelia afzeli. In addition to these 2 species, we found Borrelia miyamotoi, that is a kind of new species, and Borrelia japonica, that is non-pathogenic species. So I can compare the ecology of Borrelia species in rodents of Hokkaido. I mentioned 2 kinds of disease is caused by a Borrelia species. One is a Lyme disease, another is a relapsing fever. That is caused by Borrelia afzeli and Borrelia gallanii and Borrelia miyamotoi respectively. So we can compare the ecology of Borrelia species with this diagram. So about 30% of the ticks which are attached to rodent are positive in Lyme disease. On the other hand, only 2% of the ticks which are attached to rodent is positive in miyamotoi. And that is very different. The age stage is nymph in Lyme disease and larva of the age stage in relapsing fever. And this pathogen is staying in urinary bladder of the rodents in Lyme disease with 15% of prevalence. If, on the other hand, miyamotoi stay in blood of rodent with about 7% of prevalence. And ecology is very different. Lyme disease showed the seasonality with higher in May to July when the ticks number are increasing. And accumulation occurred. That means the adult rodents is higher of the prevalence than younger rodents. On the other hand, miyamotoi showed the temporary, no seasonal change, and larvae possess the pathogen. That means vertical transmission occurred in this pathogen. So it's very different between two kind of Borrelia caused diseases. And after that, we checked the prevalence of Borrelia species in deer and bears, but they never show the positive of Borrelia in these species. That means bears and deers amplify the number of ticks, but they are not susceptible with Borrelia species. That means deer and bears plays the dilution effect role to reduce the prevalence, not prevalence, risk to human beings, I think. Okay, next subject is undescribed anaplasma species infecting Hokkaido wildlife. So background, the situation in Japan was very confusing. Two strains were detected, human type anaplasma and another type of anaplasma that is very close to human type anaplasma phagocytophilum. We called Cicadia type anaplasma. No reservoir host identification for human type anaplasma so far. So we checked the prevalence of anaplasma in Cicadia brown bears and rodents by using the PCR and the sequence technique. So from this study, we found 51% of positive in Cicadia with the Cicadia type anaplasma. In addition to Cicadia, we found the prevalence in brown bears with 15% and rodent with 2.4% respectively. So besides Cicadia and cattle, wild brown bears and rodents were identified as potential reservoir host for Cicadia type anaplasma. However, the reservoir host for human type anaplasma is still unknown in Hokkaido. The high prevalence in deer could be either due to persistent infection or repeated infection by infected ticks. Cicadia type anaplasma could be a public health threat to both human and animals in Japan due to its high similarity to human type anaplasma variant. So, how can I say? This is a results of the ecology of anaplasma species. So, cicadea have the 55%, about half of population is positive. Brown bears showed 15% of positive, and rodents show that 2.4% positive. And we don't know exactly which ticks are vector to cicadea type anaplasma, and human type anaplasma don't know which ticks is a vector and which animal is the host still. Okay, next is Babesia and Ehrlichia in Hokkaido rodents. We focus on small mammals, including mice, voles, and shrews, to check these kind of pathogens by using the PCR and reverse line blotting technique. So I introduce the method by using a reverse line blot hybridization. We call RLB. We use the probe which is attached on the membrane, and after that we hybridize the PCR product which is attached by biotin label, and finally we can show the positive dot if hybridized are successful. So this is the result of the reverse line blotting hybridization for the rodents. For example, this is a positive for Babesia microtype. This is a zoonotic disease in number 4, 10, I think 17, and 36. That is a positive case. Another pathogen is cicadea type anaplasma. So number 40 of the rodents are positive. So this is very clear to know the positive in rodents. So this is a result. We found 17% of Babesia microtype, that is zoonotic disease, and 13% for Candidatus neorichia micrensis, the 1.2% for Ehrlichia muris, and 4.4% for the anaplasma cicadea type. And interestingly, a total of 22 cases are co-infection. And most likely co-infection case is between Candidatus neorichia micrensis and Babesia microtype. So we have established the reverse line blot hybridization technique with the species-specific probes which attached with Babesiae and Ehrlichiae. The most abundant small mammals appear to play a major role in maintaining this pathogen in Hokkaido, Japan. Babesia microtype and Candidatus neorichia micrensis were widely distributed, and their prevalence was linked to small mammal host, gender, and age. So from these studies, in conclusion, in Hokkaido, as well as other regions, many tick-borne diseases, example, Lyme and relapsing fever, Borrelia, anaplasmosis, babesiosis, and ehrlichiosis, potentially exist with an evolutionary process of host vector pathogen communication in the wild. And we have to be aware of emerging and re-emerging diseases when human and domestic animals would be involved in the circulation and communications. So this is our recent publication with tick-borne diseases in Hokkaido wildlife. So I have only 5 minutes brief, so I should introduce quickly our recent starting studies. This is new studies on tick-borne disease in Hokkaido, brown bears and cicada as host, which determines prevalence, host or vector. So previously, we know some kind of pathogens in brown bears and cicada as shown in here. And also we have a lot of species of ticks, that is the hard ticks as shown in here. So we want to know which is more effective to determine the prevalence of tick-borne diseases, host or vector. So I skip the detail of the factors from host and vectors. And we are starting the study on brown bear and cicada habitat and behavior by using the GPS camera colors because the habitat and behavior should be influenced to the prevalence of tick-borne diseases in bears and deer. So we are starting this study by using the technique of the GPS camera colors like this. So I skip this slide. Okay, finally, in 3 minutes, I will introduce next infectious disease in Nepal wildlife. We are focusing on the tuberculosis, that is a human type tuberculosis, which are caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis and Mycobacterium aureus, that is found in elephant, rhino, and other wildlife in Nepal. And second, tick-borne diseases in wildlife, including black bears, sloth bears, and other wildlife in Nepal. So this is our study site, especially Chitwan National Park and Palsa Wildlife Reserve Area and Baldia National Park. So in my laboratory, one Nepali graduate students came about 10 years ago. So we started the tuberculosis study in elephant with him. And we found the cases of the tuberculosis in elephant. And we did the necropsy and got samples from the lung region and culture the pathogen of the tuberculosis and did the genotyping. So finally, we found this is a Mycobacterium tuberculosis with a human type genotype. So that means the infection is circulated between human and elephant, especially handlers and elephant, they are circulating. So we should know how they are circulating or which is originate. And also we are interested in the prevalence in wild elephants. I guess the tuberculosis should invade to the wild elephant already. So we should check how much percent of wild elephant have the tuberculosis by using new technique from the feces. But that is just starting now, so we don't know yet. Maybe in near future we can answer this question. Okay, that's all of my talk. Thank you for your attention. Any question? If you have questions, so please input the question to chat boxes. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Subota. Arigato gozaimashita. Well, we have 15 minutes later to discuss on the Q&A question and answer sessions. I believe in this last agenda really interested the material from the two speakers. The one side discuss a lot of the plant vegetation, and the second speaker discuss a lot about the animal, especially the animal physiology, especially for the Professor Subota. I really impressed with the new term, especially in the medicines conservation. Is it new for me? Thank you, Professor. Well, in our screens, we have two questions. The first question, two questions regarding to the Dr. Daniels. The first question from the Muhammad Fitri. The question is, Dr. Daniels, are there any strategies to the general public for understanding of the conservation concept for all level community, and what is the beneficial impact for community, particularly the value added of burn? Because from your presentation discussed a lot of the burn. So what is the impact factor from the community? And the second question from the Sasi to Dr. Daniel also, as far as I know, Rheopitics of Borneo are less known, and today the species is in endangered situation because of riparian degradation. In your opinions, what are strategies to conserve the species? Do we urgently need to collect the sperm and plant it to mini lab times to answers by Dr. Daniels? Please, your answers. The question from the two questions. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, I mean, it's always the same point. You know, we preserve what we know, and we love what we know, and so the major point is that I mean, ferns, as I mentioned before, in Borneo are exceptionally rich, concentrated in small portion of the entire island, and we do have a high number of species that are exceptionally old in terms of evolutionary species. So basically, species that have been around in our planet for 200 million years. Species, not individuals. Don't get confused. So what is the bond between ferns? I mean, you know, they are not trees. They are not important for timber production. They're not important for fruit productions and so on. So they are a small group of vascular plants. But the many species in Borneo, particularly in the countryside, are eaten by local people. So if you go to the local veggie market, you do have common species that are harvested from the forest or from the rivers or from the streams, and then available on the market. So so it has to be Professor Bunratana before mentioned the holistic approach. So you need to say, you know, we do need to protect. I mean, the river system, the small stream and the large river are something which is close to the identity of many people, of many villages, and so we need to stress this aspect. We also need to stress the fact that along the rivers you have fish, obviously, and you have important plants. Among them, not only, but among them, we also have ferns that some of the species are important as a nutrients, as a part of the diet, and whereas others, they are not utilized. There are species that are used also for other purposes, like, for example, the climbers ferns are used for ornamental and artistic bags. And but I would like, I mean, you know, in order to generalize for general public, just to stress the fact that some of the ferns are important for as nutrients, and second, if you know, if you can twist the production. For example, you know, the agricultural fields which are close to a river, and the river in somehow is protected by a local NGO, a local community, and within this river you have exceptional diversity, exceptional species like we have here in Brunei. You can propose that the production, agricultural production, which is produced nearby, has a consequences in the protection of the species itself, because obviously the river has been protected, and therefore the production the agricultural aspect has an overview, an holistic overview on doing agriculture, but at the same time to protect the local flora or the local fauna in a sort of mosaic habitat between agricultural fields and small river and small forest and small patch of peatland forest. I know that is difficult, but I think this is the only way we can do. We can try to create a mosaic of habitat within a landscape where we have to live anyway. And can I go to the second? Hello? Okay, I think I'll go.
Yeah, please, you go ahead to the second question.
The second question was about the rheophytic species. Yes, I mean, most of the large and small streams, particularly in the lowland, that's why I'm very concentrated on the lowland. I mean, the mountains are degraded, but still there's a lots of forests in this intra part of Sabah and Sarawak and in Kalimantan as well. But the lowland is the part of Borneo which has been heavily impacted. And so the rheophytic are also being impacted. But as we have seen with COVID-19, as soon as, you know, humans have been out from the city, nature immediately took over again. So even if we have part, you know, the lowland part of the river, which has been degraded by deforestation and so on, if there will be process on restoration, species from upriver, they can easily colonize the river and over time, obviously, recreate the habitat. However, as you mentioned, we may focus on some species. I'm particularly focused on these very archaic species that we have in Brunei, but I'm sure they also have in Sarawak or in Kalimantan. You have, you know, species along rivers which have been around for millions of years, and those species, if we can ex situ conserve, collect the individuals in the river and transplant in particular condition inside the botanic garden of the Lambung University, it can be a project in preserve and eventually reutilize this species for a long-term process of restoration on endangered species. This is not only valid for ferns, can also be valid for all the rheophytic species. For example, Aresi. I mean, the Arum family is very common along the rivers. Begonia are also common. Some of begonia are quite common along rivers. So we cannot protect everything. We can protect the habitat, but some specific given species can be used as an ex situ conservation project.
Okay. Let's continue to the third question, still addressed to Dr. Daniel from the Priyanti. What are the specific characters of fern in nutrient-poor habitat, e.g. in coal mining, compared to riparians? Yeah, especially the how to cultivate it in the nutrient-poor habitat. Please to answer, Dr. Daniels.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, as I mentioned, the riparian forest, the riparian ferns, they are sitting along the river, and along the river is lots of water, and the soil is very rich. Let's put it this way, very simple. As you mentioned here, the nutrient pure habitat, particularly the coal mining and so on. My experience, I was in Sangata, long time ago in 2007, and I saw the mining there, very close to a national park, obviously, obviously in this habitat you don't have the same species that you have along the river. Usually you have species that are even fern species that are very tolerant or very resilient, species that they can grow in very harsh environment. Species that they can, they are very flexible in terms of nutrients, in terms of light availability, in terms of water availability, and so on and so forth. And some of the species, for example, some of the Dicranopteris or Glycania has been tested, particularly in Sabah. At least in Sabah, there are documentation papers published by scientists, by Sabahan scientists, where they use ferns and other species as a potential plants that are able to absorb toxic nutrients and perhaps recreate the condition from which we can start eventually, after ferns start to reforest with trees. So to answer your question, the species, the fern species that are able to deal with coal mining, they are the species that you can see around Kalimantan quite often. Are very generic species, very usually aggressive species that they can cover a large portion of land, and they can also survive in abandoned mining and also absorb toxic nutrients. And in this way, with the help of reforestation project, they can be, you can regrow a potential forest down the road. And yeah, I think that's the next two questions are for Professor Subota. Thank you.
Answer. So let's continue to the two questions addressed to Prof. Subota. According to Professor, how does the pandemic related to the environmental changes? And from the Asmia Nur Latifah, and the last from the Saipur Riza, could you explain the methods to collect ICWEB at wild rodent and how to do Borrelia and Anaplasma DNA extraction from the tick? I think too hard to do, especially to the extraction DNA from the ticks. Could you please to answer, Prof. Subota?
Okay, so number 4 question. It's difficult to say the environmental change influence to the pandemic of infectious disease, but I believe the environment change like global warming should be influenced to the pandemic of the infectious disease, because the vector distribution like mosquito or ticks how can I say expand to more northern part of areas because climate change, global warming should push to expand the vector distribution. For example, in Japan, avian malaria, that is a serious infectious disease to bird, that is expand to more northern part of Japan, because one species of the mosquito, which is a vector to malaria, should be changed the distribution to northern part. I think they carry the malaria pathogen to northern part of Japan. And another example is last year we found just one tick in Hokkaido, but that is a new species of tick that is found in more southern part of Japan, but just one case. Last year we found one tick, a new species. That is that should be carried. That should carry the serious infectious disease we call SFTS. That is serious disease to human beings. So we found one case last year. That is my answer to number 4 question. And next, number 5. That is very simple. We have a very good specific kit to extract DNA of the pathogen or from ticks. So you can use the specific kit to extract the DNA for get a good quality of DNA. So that is my answer to number 5. And I can continue to number 6 and 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So number 6 from Annie Nariani. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. We learn many things from you, especially your concept of One Health. How is your opinion about disease transmission from wild animal to human, such as transmission of COVID-19 in the current situation in terms of One Health approach? Yes, you know, as I mentioned, most of infectious disease come from wildlife. So wildlife possess the lot of microbiome and pathogens. So we should consider what is a suitable distance between wildlife and human beings. In Japan, recently, many wildlife, including bears, deer, monkeys, boar, are coming to residential areas. So our distance between wildlife and human being are close, getting close than before. So that is not a good situation. We should keep the suitable distance between human being and wildlife. So that is to reduce the infection from wildlife to human beings. I think that is one approach from the One Health. And also we should know which wildlife possess the pathogen and how much prevalence of the infectious disease in wildlife. So we should examine, study that how can I say, to know the prevalence of the infectious disease in wildlife. Maybe probably we don't know exactly which animals have the pathogen and how much they have. So we should know that at first. That is another One Health approach issues, I think. Okay, next question is number 7. How the process of microbiome, virus, bacteria, parasites, etc., that usually infect wild animals can infect humans, while of course the antigenic proteins of these microbes are different from the receptors in human cells and otherwise. Yes, there are a lot of routes for the infection from wildlife to human being, but in the case of tick-borne infectious disease, which I told today, is vector-borne diseases. So those pathogens need the vector to carry the pathogen to infection to human being. So ticks, for example, ticks should get blood from wildlife firstly, and blood is of course nutrition for the ticks, but simultaneously they get the pathogen from blood together. And next step, the ticks should bite to human beings at the time of biting. So the pathogen should infect to the human beings. And the pathogens like Borrelia or Anaplasma or Babesia, that is a protozoa. That means human being get infection to blood cells, especially red blood cells. So in human beings, we have the Borrelia or Anaplasma pathogens in the blood. But of course, we have the immunity system. So sometimes some pathogens should be removed by the immunity system, but some pathogens are very good strategy to survive in the human beings or wildlife. So that is a how can I say, interaction between host and vector and pathogens. So we should know that also, which pathogen is susceptible for human beings or wildlife. So it depends on the species or the pathogens. Okay, that is my answer for all of questions.
Well, okay, thankful for the two speakers on the last agenda, but we still have a certification appreciation for both of speakers to the agenda. Here are attached on the screen. Display, please. Okay, the first certificate appreciation for Dr. Daniel, and continue to the certificate appreciation for Professor Subota. I think that's all for today. I am Satria as moderators. We hope to continue on the second agenda tomorrow. We start from the 8 o'clock EM according to Indonesian time, especially in the centrals. So we return back to the master of ceremony. Thank you.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak atas waktunya.
Thank you very much for your time.
Terakhir, yaitu sesi foto bersama. Kepada seluruh partisipan, diharapkan untuk menyalakan kameranya dan jangan lupa untuk tersenyum.
Lastly, it is the photo session. To all the participants, please turn on your camera and give your best smile. Okay, I will do a countdown for every slide of the Zoom meeting. The first slide, I will count down, start from now. 3, 2, 1. Okay, for the slide 2, 3, 2, 1. Okay, for the third slide, 3, 2, 1. Okay, for the fourth slide, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Hari pertama the second ICWEB telah selesai dan sampai ketemu di hari kedua besok.
The first day of the second ICWEB has been finished. Hopefully, we can meet again at the second day tomorrow.
Atas nama MC yang bertugas, kami mengucapkan terima kasih dan sampai ketemu di lain waktu.
On behalf of the Master of Ceremonies, we thank you and see you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Di